Beautiful. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Uncle.
Mahalo.
Okay, the meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held in person at the Grand Naniloa Hotel, Crown Room 93, Banyan Drive, Hilo, Hawaii, 96720, and via interactive conference technology, Zoom, moderated by me, William Isla Jr. Today's date is Tuesday, October the 18th, 2022. The time is now 9:46 a.m. Pursuant to Act 220, remote meetings via interactive conference technology. Commissioners, please identify anyone that's in the room with you and keep your camera on unless you're excusing yourself from the meeting. A quorum of commissioners must be visible during the meeting. And if there's not a unanimous vote, then a roll call vote must be taken. Leah, please call the roll.
Commissioner Howell.
Here.
Commissioner Helm.
Here.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaupu.
Here.
Commissioner Namu'o.
Here.
Commissioner Neves.
Aye.
Commissioner Teria.
Aloha.
Chair Isla.
Present.
8 members present. We have a quorum.
Commission members, we have carryover from yesterday of items C2, C1, F3. Agenda items G3 and G4 were presented last night at the community meeting, so we're not going to take those up. And then agenda item G6, the consultant is not available, so we'll be postponing that to a later meeting. At around noon, we'll recess for about 30 minutes for lunch and convene an executive session for another 30 minutes. We will go to public testimony. In-house first and then online next. So in-house, we have Iokepa. Reminder, public testimony is 3 minutes.
Lokako.
Aloha.
So yesterday, on behalf of the BTC, the waitlisters of Molokai, 6 districts, we've been doing this for quite some time, coming to the commissions and having these things addressed to some degree to really speak. But we believe that we are being unfairly treated. And talking about F1, the annual approvals of renewal right of entries. So yesterday we were listening to Kahana guys speak and talk about all of these available lands for pastoral. It's been since 1970, 1980s, since the last time you guys did a pastoral. I don't know how long you guys did for the agriculture. So we're looking at 50 years, 40 something odd years that you guys have not accelerated, appreciated, or whatever you guys do for beneficiaries. None of these was ever accomplished. And so when I looked at the back half of the F1 exhibit, first of all, if they're not beneficiaries, not 50%, they should not get no lease. And that has been always our stance from the time that we've formulated our situations out here in Molokai. And we see that the Native Hawaiian General Services, they have 5,000 acres. They have 5,000 acres. How did they manage to skim around the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act to acquire these 5,000 acres? And how much of these are to beneficiaries who are 50%, according to the Constitution or supposedly that you guys follow? So this 5,000 acres, this broken down to 20, 30, however acres you guys see fit, this would at least address the other issues. The rental, most people don't even make enough money to be part of this rental situation. And you guys are still trying to push forward on these rentals. When I'm looking at these leases for F1, I see, Ginger Patch shouldn't have 2.21 acres. How much they giving back to the trust? And not only to the trust, to the beneficiaries or even to the waitlisters. So I see all of these guys. I see Mr. Kaniho, right? I see our Hawaiian families here, which we support. We support these Hawaiian families who are here on this F1 seeking to get the renewals, but we do not support the 5,000 acres and they're so. And we also have some reservations on how much, certain Hawaiian families should have, having at 2,250. I mean, the last pastoral, correct me if I'm wrong, was Uncle Sonny Kaniho? Was that the last pastoral? So it seems like we have to do extreme extreme things to get addressed like Uncle Sonny, right? And so when I'm looking at this F1, we only can reiterate that even Connect Point Church, if they were such godly people, they would understand why the renewal cannot happen. And this is not to say any religion is better or we feel like we are better than them, but we have our afforded rights that should give us access to these lands. Just like Prince Kuhil, when the guy was saying, oh, this is a community spot. It will never change. It'll be operated by Hawaiians. It'll be operated by people who know how to malama. Right now, my cousin, Baita Ai, he's renting out 3 parking stalls for almost $1,200. This is one Kanaka selling fish out in the Kuhil. How come he no more AC? How come he no can apply for that section in Prince Kuhil? So it just brings me to say, these renewals, we have to cancel everything that is non-Hawaiian, non-beneficiary on these things. And you know what? The 600 million that you guys got, we have to thank our waitlisters and beneficiaries who support all of these efforts on Mauna Kea Access Road when people said that you guys sold it out, right? Haleo, Kuhil, when we had to take data and watch all of these tourists just run wild on our property, when we got to have $1 million bonds, right? When we see people's families taking our resources that work for the department, all of these things, they even try to belittle our families when we bring up these issues. So F1, just like every other agenda that you guys have, if it doesn't pertain to 50%ers, it's a no-go. And it's not only for you, Ayla. This is for whatever commissions, whatever chairs come in. Like, this is how it has to roll out. And if that's the way it's got to be, until the next time, mahalo commissions for allowing me to take this time to express our interest as waitlisters on Moko Keawe with this long list. Could be more, but mahalo for you guys' time.
Thank you. Okay. So that's it for the public testimony on agenda items at the beginning of the meeting. At any time when an agenda item comes up, we will ask for public testimony either in person or on. Let's move to the agenda. Dean, I'm going to take you because this is decision making so that you can finish your day's work. Fine. That's a presentation yesterday. Wish I could be.
Okay, good morning. Oh, see, good morning, commissioners.
Yes.
Dino Shiro, Loan Services Branch Manager. Here for D5, which is what we talked about yesterday at the workshop. So the submittal again is in 2 parts. One is to approve the draft that was submitted, and the second is to delegate the authority to sign the document to the chairman on behalf of the department.
May we have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
I'll move.
Been moved and seconded. Do we have questions for Dean? Go ahead, Patty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Aloha, Dean. Thank you. I just wanted to ask why Papakolea, Kewalu, and East Hilo was excluded on this USD proposal.
It's based on population, and that's the RD regulation of what is considered rural.
Is it tied to the census?
Census, yes. So there, my understanding is RD is trying to get all of DHHL's areas considered rural, but again, that's a federal government issue that they have to take up, right?
Oh. So is this population because the less population in that area then?
Yes, ma'am. It is based on census population data.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Okay, any public testimony on this agenda item D5? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Bye.
Anyone opposed?
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so next agenda item is C1. Can we get Ninyao in the room? There we go. C1 is for information only.
Aloha kakayaka, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission.
Telecommunications. Yes, good morning, Aloha.
Niniao Kauai High Special Assistant, Office of the Chairman, here with a brief update of our application that we submitted originally last year, August 31st, for the National Telecommunications and Information Administration Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program.
Oh. Sorry, where are we?
C1. We're on
Oh.
C1, Commissioner.
Kalamai. I'm, okay.
So the department was listed under two federal acts, the Consolidated Appropriations Act of December 2020, and then the Investment Infrastructure and Jobs Act, which was signed into law in November of 2021. Both acts set aside 3% of the total amounts awarded to NTIA for tribal and Native Hawaiian lands. And so we were blessed in September to have a visit by the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program staff. We hosted them at Halepona'i for the week. And I want to express my appreciation to the chairman and to the deputy, as well as the vice president and chief information officer of the University of Hawaii system, Mr. Garrett Yoshimi. Garrett is in charge of the state's middle mile and large infrastructure telecommunication application on behalf of the state of Hawaii. So his presence with NTIA as we connected all the puzzle pieces together so that they could see where our programs and our efforts are in relationship to the greater plan that the state has been coordinating. And so under the application, originally the department had asked for $49.6 million to do broadband infrastructure development. And so based on the discussions that we had with NTIA staff, we've revised our ask to $6.2 million to do architect, engineering, and feasibility study to understand the amount of dark fiber for our broadband infrastructure implementation, as well as our 2.5 gigahertz licenses that we receive for the neighbor islands, whose build-out extension is now 7 years as opposed to the original 5. And then for our broadband use and adoption, we kept all of the 4 projects, the charters, Native Hawaiian charter schools, the community networks and digital mapping, the Nanakuli Library, and then Native Hawaiian telehealth. And we took out the prepaid internet that would have gone to carriers based on the new affordable connectivity program that provides $75 for low-income households on trust lands to go towards their internet or cable bill. So that total application across all of our projects ended up coming to a total of $17.1 million for both broadband use and adoption and the feasibility study for the infrastructure piece.
Sure.
Questions, commissioners?
Sure, can
Oh,
I
go
just,
ahead.
I just want to add that, we are entitled to $90 million, and by reducing the amount that the department submitted, we didn't forfeit any of the money. We received an official opinion from NTIA that we can go back in a second ask and ask for the remainder. So the remainder of the 90 million, they've guaranteed to us. They told us we are going to get it. They just wanted us to do more ground laying work first before asking for the bulk of the funds.
I would also add that when the initial application went in, it was based upon information that was presented at the time. NOAA's, not sure what the correct, but NTIA, basically, when they started implementing the grant program, they presented a different set of information. So that's why our original application didn't score to their satisfaction, which is why we had the meeting so that we could understand exactly what they were asking for, so that the new application will be in place and we will be able to achieve the full allotment.
And Niniao received word yesterday that the infrastructure proposal has made it into the second phase of review. So I believe NTIA will be coming back.
So
to-
both, yes, so both the broadband use and adoption and the infrastructure application is in programmatic review. We should hear by the end of this week whether there's any questions from NOAA in terms of cure. And then, yes, the start, if everything goes well, the projected start date would be December 1st. So we would be awarded towards the end of late November.
So what this means on the ground in probably 3, 4, 5 years is backbone fiber to every homestead, with the exception of 1 or 2 that may be very remote, but there'll be definitely internet connection superior to what is presently offered on the homesteads. And that will, I think, increase the environmental justice for beneficiaries, as well as increase the availability of opportunities via the internet, such as telemedicine, telehealth, teleeducation, right at your doorstep. So bear with us. I think in 3 or 4 or 5 years, life will definitely improve on your phone because you have higher speeds. Any other questions, Commissioner?
Yes, I had my hand up.
Patty?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Niniao, and it's so good to see you. You look so beautiful. Haven't
Ni-
seen you.
Nice
Thank
to
you
see
for
you,
Thank
Commissioner.
you for the information. On the broadband use of adoption, am I reading it right that it will also provide to those native Hawaiians 50% and our waitlisters?
Yes, so therefore the beneficiary classes that I listed, we originally listed them as they were written into both the CAA and the IJA Acts.
Okay. And then you mentioned Nanakuli Library. How did that get put on into that project?
During the COVID-19 pandemic, we had an opportunity to visit Nanakuli Library right after the reopening of the state. And there was some discussion about using that library, one, as the rest of the state libraries are being used right now for telehealth access. And there was also some thought about, because it's being so closely located in the highest concentration of 50%ers in the world, there was some desire to do language or historical oral history of the kupuna, based on the Navajos having had the pandemic devastating and losing a lot of their knowledge keepers. So there was that thought that Nanakuli Library could be that preservation hub, doing workforce development for the younger kids who might be more tech savvy, and then having the ability to record kupuna or native manaleo to preserve the historical and cultural tradition and values along the Leeward Coast.
Okay. Can I also just try to recommend that if you look at KC Kamehameha schools, we have about 5 Kamehameha school learning centers along the coast, and that will be another great avenue. They open morning and nights, and it's adjacent to a lot of homestead. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mahalo.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Niniao, would you go to C2?
Thank you.
Yes, C2, I want to apologize. There's supposed to be maps and a budget along with the original submittal. And I had combined two documents physically last week when I brought it to the deputy for review. And then on the day that we were posting, I was out sick. So I didn't realize that only the written document was shared. But I do have the map. So let me just go over briefly the wording of the submittal. And this is for a pilot project on Molokai, Ho'olehua, from Ho'olehua to roughly about Kapa'akea, where the University of Hawaii has the Molokai Education Center. And so let me put up my map and share screen if possible. And I think Commissioner Neves will certainly enjoy this presentation because he attended the tribal boot camp and can remember perhaps doing this desktop in real life while we were in the foothills of Temecula, California in 50-degree weather outside. But here you see the island of Molokai. I've highlighted here the triangulation of various towers and or building sites where the wireless receiver and antenna can be relayed. So this is the Molokai Airport. This is the water tower, water tank for DHHL. And, oh, I'm sorry, that's the high school. This is the water tower. And then down here at the end point would be the Molokai Education Center that currently houses a huge antenna tower for the university's own broadband internet. Now, the different colors here represent high and low areas. And it also takes into account something very important for the upper portions of Ho'olehua, which is rain fade. And so let me show you a little picture if I go more down. Oh, okay. This, okay, biocells, base cells. These are sort of like the little transmitter or modem, I guess, that you would put onto these, the tallest locations that we can find. We haven't done much ground sleuthing except for last year at the end of October. I did take up ACI and Sasha Meinrath folks, and we did, begin at Kalaupapa and work our way through Ho'olehua before heading down to the Molokai Education Center and to Oneali'i Park. And so that's the next step that would need to be done is the actual engineering, boots on the ground and measuring the actual heights of the buildings that we could not get off of Google Earth. And then the ability to source out the equipment as quoted from these online quotes that we were able to find for illustration purposes. And then here's the hardware and the labor cost estimates for the project with a small contingency fee of 15%. And so overall, the estimated total to provide this wireless network service for Ho'olehua, and in the submittal, I listed that we picked Ho'olehua because during that site visit in October last year, we did have the opportunity to speak with an employee at the base yard, where he did share with us that Ho'olehua during the pandemic barely could get 15 up, 3 down. And if you know the FCC's minimum requirement, bare minimum requirement is 25.3. And right now, the FCC in its most recent auction for carriers of spectrum is doing 1 gigabyte per second. So this is the total cost for 2.4, 2.5 gigahertz wireless network, and the per capita cost is roughly $8.70.
So it's worth noting that this pilot project is being done in response to the 2.5 gigahertz licenses we received from the FCC. So this will meet our minimum requirements for Molokai, and we'll receive the full license once this is built out. And then we have the other islands to start working on. And we did it this way because we wanted to pilot and proof of concept before trying to do a massive project on all 5 islands. It's also worth noting, okay, so hard fiber can cost millions of dollars per mile, just for every mile of fiber, which is why tapping into the university system's backbone and the partnerships that Niniel is talking about are super important to keep the per capita costs low per inhabitant. And then Niniel, do you want to explain what rain fade is?
So rain fade is signal strength that travels through the air in the waves that we cannot see, but you can see it when it rains, right? How the rain slopes sideways or how it falls straight down. So as the network wireless connection goes out over an area, and if rain does come down hard enough, rain fade causes that spectrum to, it interrupts the traveling of that wireless spectrum across the air.
Amazing.
And then, I think the only other things we'd want to mention are, what does it mean for homesteaders in Ho'olehua and Kapa'akea is basically just like you have wireless in your homes, there will be wireless across the homestead. And there are little receivers, just like they used to be bunny ears, but now you can buy that little plastic square antenna for your TV to get basic cable. You would buy the same thing for your internet service, and you'd be able to tap into homestead Wi-Fi. And I think the cost is for the service of the Wi-Fi, Nino, is it free?
Yes, because at the $8, $8.70 per household rate, I think it's fairly simple for the department to be able to absorb that.
For the service, like they don't need to pay a fee to use the Wi-Fi, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if you can get Wi-Fi on your phone now, you can do it through this system, and hopefully these speeds will be higher than what you are currently receiving.
It'll definitely be higher than what Ho'olehua is currently receiving, since that is in fact all copper wiring. So right now with Hawaiian Tells, I think they came to the commission for right of entry for Ho'olehua because they'll be doing aerial fiber optic cable. They won one of the auctions from the FCC to bring 1 gigabit to Ho'olehua and to a few other rural areas across the state. So we're very excited for our beneficiaries to benefit from that other opportunity as well with that carrier.
So in the future, and I can't say how many years, but in the future, there will be increased fiber to the homesteads. We're working with Hawaiian Tel because they're doing a lot of fiber infrastructure right now. The areas that need to be filled in, we will use the NTI money to fill in. And we will also be having these projects with the Wi-Fi. So connectivity to the homesteads will drastically improve once these projects are implemented.
And I also wanted to just mention really quickly, Mr. Chairman and commissioners, the County of Hawaii is also using COVID-19 pandemic funds, and Riley Sato has been instrumental in setting up free wireless broadband connectivity in the county parks there. And of course, Keaukaha sits, there's a county park that the department leases to the County of Hawaii at Kuananakoa Gym. And the other one is at Panaewa with the Panaewa outdoor basketball courts. So those already in response to the pandemic are being set up for free wireless internet connection at very high speeds because they have the fiber backhaul to promote learning hubs should the state close down again, should there be some kind of stay-at-home order again. So all of this is being designed with the experience that we had 2 years ago when the state shut down, so that we can be proactive and be ready. And kids and families that need to do telework or distance learning will have that opportunity and access.
Hey, Neil, do you want to speak to, once the engineering is done, how long the build out will take?
Yes, the engineering, we assume, if we are correct, that December 1 would be the potential start date. And the IJA NOFO and application is going to be coming out sometime in the spring of next year. It'll probably take our application for IJA a year from now, and then potential funding in the following year, which would be 2024, and working with Garrett and the state's $255 million infrastructure build out for another undersea cable to provide backbone plus middle mile opportunities. I'm going to push this out 6 years, 5 years from now.
No, but for the Molokai pilot.
Oh, God bless. I'm sorry, Deputy. Yes, the boots on the ground, structural engineering, the people that'll take the heights and measurements. We're trying to plan that in the next couple of months, the next month or couple of months or so. And then once that is done and we can confirm the desktop analysis, it's the ordering of the equipment. And as we know, there's supply chain issues because the tribal broadband connectivity program is billions of dollars, and there are tribes and state governments and county governments ordering fiber, ordering base cells, ordering a lot of stuff. So the actual implementation, we're hopeful, will be before the end of the fiscal year of June 30th next year. But that, again, I'd probably have to come to the commission with an update based on the supply chain issues to see if that impacted our order at all.
Dennis?
Yes, anyhow, thank you for your presentation. Thanks for reminding me how cold it was in Temecula. Just for everyone's edification, I attended the tribal broadband program workshop, and basically it went from splicing wires to hooking up this system. So that I actually was involved in hooking up this system. It's a very easily line of sight, talking to each other. We talk about the rain, that's a distortion you would have. But I looked a little bit farther, and it was interesting because we had all the different Indian nations there, so we had an opportunity to talk to them. What it did provide is job opportunities. Each one of these tribes basically they install, they manage, and they build this system to their people at a very minimal cost. But it does offer some economic opportunity. I'm looking for that as we move farther down the line. Once we start putting in stuff, there's opportunities for installation linemen. There's opportunities for folks that want to deal with computers and technical stuff. So it's really exciting. And this, I'll tell you, the system is easy. We actually had a building that was 200 feet away. We send folks up, put one up there, put one down here. We actually have to splice wires. So if you splice the wires wrong, it wouldn't talk to each other. And the instructor actually switched some wires to go, what's wrong? So we had to go through the whole process. Okay, let's go back, look at it, do the troubleshoot. Very simple system. These are line of sight. As you get to other islands, you're going to have to look at cables as towers because you don't have that line of sight. But I think for Molokai, this is very exciting moving forward. And I look forward to the economic opportunities for our keikis. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Anyhow.
Dennis.
Oh,
Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, I'm really grateful that Commissioner Neves brought up the workforce development piece. It is true, next year, because of all of this money across the United States coming in for broadband, but especially for Hawaii, where we don't have that tech force here. I mean, now's the time, if any young people, old people are interested in learning more about how to do this kind of stuff, if we could raise that within our own homesteads so that we could be providing economic opportunity, across all of the islands, so that the carriers or or other people wouldn't have to go to outsiders and bring an outside workforce here to do the basic work.
Dennis.
Yes, I just want to add that, there's nothing more satisfying when you see a local kid come to your house and hook stuff up,
Mhm.
right? And not, send our kids to the mainland to get education, bring them back home, they got jobs, real jobs. Not the jobs that are bottom of the pay scale. These jobs are middle pay scale, high pay scale, managing the system and providing stuff that, that comes right back to us as Kuputas and to our keikis. So thank you, Nino. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Niniao. Any questions before we move on?
Thank
Okay,
you.
if not, have a good rest of the day, Niniao.
Okay, mahalo. Safe travels.
Anybody want to provide testimony on items C1 or C2 before we move on? Okay, if not, then agenda item F3. Again, it's from information only. It's an update on Ainamana programs that are ongoing.
Morning, Commissioners. Kahana Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. Item number F3 is for information, agenda item only on Ainamana Legacy Program updates. I have Kuli Kamara, our land agent on Hawaii Island at
Morning.
Aloha Commissioners and Chairman Kuli Kamara, Property Development Agent, implementing the Ainamana Legacy Program. Thank you guys so much for your guys' time. We haven't done an update for the Ainamana Legacy Program for a while, so I just wanted to, I really appreciate you guys' time to share some of the updates and the work that we've been doing. So the Ainamana Legacy Program covers the Ainamana lands, which are over 56,000 acres on Mauna Kea. So this is over a quarter of the trust lands are located up on Mauna Kea. The way the Hawaii Homestead Commission Act, the reasoning and the justification behind picking these lands, is, I'm not sure what the history on that is, but these lands are very remote, very, it's very interesting. These lands are, they're Wawakua. They're also historically pasture lands. So this is about 5,000 feet to 8,000 feet. So it's in elevation. Next slide, please. So the Ainamana Legacy Program was adopted and approved by the Hawaiian Homes Commission in 2009. Now, if you look at this map, there's a lot of mixed use that's accommodated in the Ainamana Legacy Program. It has 100 years scope and vision. So there's a lot of space in this area. There's areas to take care of our natural resources. There's pastoral areas in yellow, commercial areas in red. It's a very so in my opinion, it's a well thought out plan that accommodates a lot of different uses. A lot of different uses. Priorities include gorse eradication and sustainable co-op forestry. Next slide, please. So part of the challenge of managing these lands is in the time of our kupuna, it would have been the Wawakua. So Humuula and Pihonua, they're in the 5,000 to 8,000 foot elevation on Mauna Kea. And to my understanding, this Wawakua is where, on the Hilo side, all of this rain that we get from the trade winds crossing the Pacific Ocean, the Ainamana lands are where these clouds meet the mountain. So, and we have a lot of mist, and it's a very, very unique place on Mauna Kea and on the east side of Mauna Kea. And so predominantly we would have this area would have been koa forest. And if you look at this koa tree here, there's a lot of lichens and stuff, and everything up there is mist adapted. Historically, over the past 200 years, this what they call it mesic area is not too wet, not too dry. It was preferred by cattle. And it's a perfect area for cattle as well. So a lot of it has been converted, but without the trees there, this mist, in certain areas on the Aina Mauna, it varies, but generally speaking, there's areas that have more than half of the water come in the form of mist. So as we lose our trees, we have less water on the mountain, and currently it's getting harder and harder to maintain so productive pastures up there. Next slide, please. So I'm gonna go over a couple projects that we've been working on, and this update only covers 2021 to 2022. And it just it's just an update to what we've been doing up there in this time. So we'll go over a couple of topics: gorse management, forestry, restoration efforts, ungulate management, and enforcement issues. So I'm gonna go through each section, and it's kind of a lot of information to cover. But at any time, if you guys wanna, so I'll stop at the end of each of these topic areas, and if you guys have any questions or clarification, so we can go through that so at this time. So gorse, the bulk of our funding for the Aina Mauna is spent on gorse management. Gorse is, and even with all the efforts that we do, it's still a very hard weed to control. It likes full sun. It outcompetes grass in drought times. It likes low nutrient and disturbance. So over time, these lands have become less productive and more invadable by gorse. As we lose the water of this area, this gorse has been more and more prevalent. And in my opinion, forest affects all of those factors that favor gorse. So so we can keep fighting it forever, but the ultimate solution to gorse is to change the land use. It's a pasture weed. It's not a forest weed. So there's all it's sometimes hard to have those discussions, but the Aina Mauna Legacy program was written with under that understanding that gorse is a pasture weed, and to continue to manage it for pasture it's not impossible, but it's very difficult. It's going to be very costly to maintain a productive pasture in this area. So the different subtopics that we're going to go through is our crush and spray operations, helicopter operations, mechanical clearing, fire breaks and roads. We have a conifer plantation that's continuing to create a buffer around the gorse, and our gorse task force that we did last year. Next slide, please. So our gorse crush and spray operations, this is a custom rig that one of our contractors put together, and basically we found out that the most effective and cheapest way to clear mature gorse. We've tried a lot of things. We've ground it up, and we've done it a lot of different ways. But actually, a light crushing of this with a bulldozer, maybe the blade about a foot or two up, so we're not disturbing the soil. We're just kind of laying everything down, and a light spraying of herbicide at the same time on the injured gorse will clear an area and keep it down for over 2 years. A lot of what we did, other mechanical methods, the energy reserves in the roots, the gorse would come back to 3 to 4 feet within 6 months to a year. So we've with this method, we're able to reduce our herbicide use about a quarter of what we would otherwise use if we didn't damage the gorse first. And with the bulldozer not grubbing the ground, you can actually cover several acres in a day. So this is what we've been doing. We've been able to clear with our budget. We clear about 200 acres of live gorse per year, of mature gorse per year, using this. Next slide, please. Oh yeah, and this is the area. So this is the gorse containment area. You guys can kind of see that dark green in there is the gorse containment area, and we're focusing on the gorse that's coming out of the gorse containment area. The Gorse containment area, there's a seed bank of at least 30 years. So clearing that, we're trying to contain it instead of going after the stuff that already has an established seed bank. So we're focusing on getting everything back into that containment area. It needs to be said that it's significantly spreading laterally, not only Mauka to Molokai. We clear about 200 acres per year, and this is where we've been working in the past 2 years. Next slide, please. The other big thing we do is aerial spraying of gorse. So this is, we spray the cleared areas as well as buffered areas. And this year, we sprayed 1,300 acres. So we spray over 1,000 acres a year. Aerial spraying is controversial. It is controversial, but all the herbicide uses that we do use are so according to the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency's labels that they have on each herbicide, and it's all under pastoral use. So all safe for use with grazing animals. And it's used at a rate that doesn't kill the grass. The grass is actually one of our best tools to keep the sprouting gorse from coming back up. So we've worked over the years to dial down the herbicide and find the right herbicides that limit the environmental concern and the environmental impacts. They're always going to have environmental impacts, but it's kind of like stuck between a rock and a hard place of trying to manage this scale of landscape with the available budget that we have. So with the helicopter, it's about $40 something an acre per acre to do the treatment, which is if we did it by hand, it would cost a lot more. So it's always I'll just putting it in context. It's always controversial, and you guys will have people call in. And this is the Wailuku watershed. This is the Wailuku watershed, and it weighs heavily on me to have to make these decisions. But as of this point, this is the tools that they were using. Next slide, please. So what is this one? So we also have so this is just a picture of gorse in the landscape, so you can kind of see how it just it clears everything else out. And this slide actually we're talking about this a little bit later, but this is a test area where we're just making bulldozer lines and planting koa, and hopefully it shades it out in the long term. It's a 9-acre test plot that we have. But it's just basically a picture of the gorse covering the landscape. This is kind of typical of what you would see on Mana Road. The gorse containment area, covers 6,000 acres of continuous gorse. We have a contract out for gorse control, maintenance, fire breaks and roads. We have bulldozers up there all year that we're able to either fix roads, help with projects like this, clear gorse, and create and maintain fire breaks. This past year, we focused on roads. They had clean bulldozers this year. We focused on roads, and we did 12 miles of road maintenance under this contract this year. We have a gorse buffer plantation. If you can go back to the last 2 slides back. So just above, this area, as you can see here, there's a just at the bottom, there's like a 400-foot wide buffer that after we want to clear everything up, we've started a pu'o'o, and we're planting sugi pine, which is a very high value hardwood, and it produces a very dense shade. So we're looking on the makaya of the gorse containment area, creating a 400-foot wide buffer of dense conifers so we don't have to continually spray it. And then for the gorse has 400 feet where it can't, it can't proliferate in the shade. And hopefully it's almost like a fence for the gorse. So we did 75 acres this year. It was thought that conifers are more resistant to grazing than our native species, but we had significant damage by cattle. So it's one of the projects that was so in about 6 months we're gonna have to take a look and reevaluate for next year. But basically we're trying to put in a conifer plantation so that we're not continually spraying every year and change that land use and contain the gorse. But we did 75 acres of that gorse buffer plantation this year. And in 2021, we had a gorse task force. So the legislators called for digital to establish a gorse task force for short and long-term recommendations for the eradication of gorse. Task force members included the state departments of agriculture, land and natural resources, Big Island Invasive Species Committee, University of Hawaii, both the College of Tropical Agriculture and Hilo, Molokai Watershed Alliance, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Each of the task members provided recommendations, and we prioritized actions that were most effective, efficient, and practical. Short-term solutions included develop gorse best management practices to be shared with all landowners for gorse management, identifying, mapping, and containing satellite populations, and implementing a goat grazing test plot that we try to implement. Is kind of difficult to implement on the Aina Mauna right now with the situations, but long-term solutions included identifying and engaging stakeholders, securing long-term funding for gorse, especially like a gorse expert or a gorse manager. It kind of falls on the Aina Mauna or DHHL staff to kind of know which herbicides to use and kind of figure things out and figure out what the best tools. But part of the recommendations was to get funding, hopefully under DOA, to have somebody who looks specifically at gorse, and developing integrated livestock management for other ranchers, who may have incipient gorse, like to work together with the cattle operations to be able to hit it early and to be successful. So right now, like all the information that we have on gorse and what we're doing, it's not widely spread out to other ranchers who may be affected. So that's the gorse section. I know it's a lot of information. But if folks have any questions or
Randy?
Kuli, thank you for your presentation. Like you, I am left wondering why these 56,000 acres, a quarter of our land base, was selected to become part of our DHHL inventory. And not knowing why, I guess part of me feels that in the process, this was viewed as very special and, in my view, sacred lands. And this really is a sacred calling to, I look at the highest priority, and it's the core forest that's the highest priority. And it really is a calling to restore what this Aina once was. It connects us to who we are and what we should become. And it's also mentioned here, there's a revenue value to core reforestation, which I think is an important point to note. That being the highest priority, I see here though, and I understand why. It's gorse that takes up the budget. It's gorse that requires the most labor and effort. And I understand why you have to do that. My question is, given the amount of staff and resources you currently have, it doesn't feel to me like we're going to get ahead of the curve, because we do have to bring this under control in order to meet that goal of expanding our core forests. So that's my question to you. Do you have adequate resources to handle just starting with the gorse?
We try and stretch the dollar as much as we can. But it's going to be controversial. Not everybody's going to want to hear it, but the cattle, everywhere we're going to have feral cattle, so we're going to have gorse. And it's not, I think in the Aina Mauna plan, it says that cattle spread the gorse, but they suppress everything else that would suppress the gorse. And I truly think that that the most way to protect our areas from gorse is to put forest there. So that again, gorse doesn't like shade. Koa will bring more water. Gorse likes the drought. Gorse likes low nutrient. Koa is a nitrogen fixture. It brings in nutrients. So it's not so much you can beat it. You kind of gotta shift the use. You gotta shift the things. So all these things are they're interconnected. They're interconnected, and I believe the more we go back to the natural system, the more resilient the lands will be. So yeah, it's not going to happen in a day. I'm appreciative of the budget that we do have every year, and we're going to continue to work with what we have.
Yes, so in line with what you're saying, I do understand it's controversial because the 200 years of ungulate grazing is what's contributed to the destruction of our native forests, our watersheds. And as climate change becomes more prominent, these issues become more relevant. And so it does create controversy because we have a culture that has evolved over the past 200 years that are connected to ranching. But this really comes down to a choice of what is the stated goal? What is that 100-year legacy we are trying to attain? And what are we willing to give up in order to achieve the goals? So my hope is that, so I don't think you have enough resources to achieve the goal. I'm just going to lay it down. I think you need more. And hopefully in time, the department will find the resources that's required, that this not just become a pipe dream, that it become less aspirational and more attainable, because these matters are really, really important for Hawaii. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Totally agree with you. One option, and again, it'll take some courage, I think, on the part of the commission, is to allow for a harvesting project on the mountain, which could then fund additional resources for Kuali'i. It was done in the past, but there, from what I was told, there was a bid protest. I think the time is right now to do an RFP and to go out for some koa harvesting on the mountain and utilize that money for additional staff and perhaps additional resources for that will be left to the next chair and the next commission. But I do believe the time is right for that. Also, I would like you to, Kuali'i, because you're very in tune with the forest. So not only is cattle good for gorse, but cattle is also bad for ohia. I remember you showing me where the cows would scar the bark, and that would increase the fungus disease. And it's really sad to go up there and just see this group of sticks sticking up that should be an ohia koa forest mix. So that's another reason that I think in your presentation, even though it's controversial, to me, my eyes don't lie. It's pretty clear. The cattle rubbing, barking, whatever you want to call, and other ungulates barking is also a danger to the forest. So we need to include that in terms of the risk versus the benefit. So I would encourage commissioners in the future that you encourage the new chair to take a look at some commercial revenue coming off of the harvest of koa in that area to be used for homoula.
Mahalo, Chair. I think both. So we're going to cover some of that the rapid ohia death issues, and then it would segue right into koa forestry as our next topic. Next slide, please. Or where are we? 2 slides ahead, I believe. There we go. So koa forestry, you know, so like I said before, this was Wawakua at one time, and the koa is primarily adapted to this area, and the Ainamona has a lot of challenges, but it is, there's not too many areas that, not too many landowners who have land in the koa belt. So koa forestry is a high value hardwood. We did some revenue studies prior to the Ainamona Legacy Program, and as at least five. I won't throw out numbers. It's significantly higher revenue generating than cattle. So koa is a very high value hardwood, and it continues to raise in value because of its scarcity. So just on the economic level, it's a better choice than pastoral use. And so I hope one day that we can have forestry homesteads. Just not trying to say one or the other, but it's the highest revenue generator for this area. Well, I shouldn't say highest. It's a very high revenue generator for this area, but it's like you get like you double dip, because it's also putting that back. You also have watershed function. You also have native habitat. You reduce soil erosion. You increase the water quality and quantity in Wailuku. It's compatible with all other native species. And going back to the habitat, it's actually really critical habitat for our native birds, these high elevation areas. And it's compatible with other commercial timber species, which you see here. This is actually koa growing with sugi pine, and it actually grows nice and straight, which is hard to get it to do. We have bugs that eat it, and for some reason they're not in the sugi plots. They eat the top and make it branch. So and the light gaps makes it grow straight. So in our timber plantations with the conifers and our buffers, we're actually leaving space for koa for that time that we don't have cattle anymore, because the sugi can kind of handle the cattle a little bit, but the koa, the koa is like candy. So we don't even try it anywhere around cattle. So next slide, please. So this picture here, so actually we'll go back one slide. Sorry about that. So I'm gonna go over. So right now we're kind of in a holding position with koa forestry, but we're getting ready to go full blast. So right now I'll go over some research and development that we're doing. This is one of the plots where we're looking at interactions of koa. We're also we have 4 koa seed orchards where we've got the best of the seed, the trees that we have on Ainamona, and we're growing different family lines, and we're looking at which ones grow straight, which ones grow fast, which ones can handle the frost. So we have 4 koa seed plots that are just, they're just going to start coming into production. So we're going to have elite seeds. We are doing gorse reforestation studies, like the other slide that I had, where we're just trying to lease the cheapest way to put koa into gorse. We're looking at, we have fog drip studies at UH Hilo, where we're looking at the importance of koa in bringing water down to the other native for other restoration, and how much the koa actually impacts the watershed. We are looking at, so those are kind of the research that we're doing right now, but we're getting ready. We're not investing a whole lot into koa plantations at this time, but we can go to the next slide, please. What we actually did this year, we actually, I don't want to put stuff out and count our eggs before we hatch, but I just wanted to bring to you guys' attention. We have we applied for some big grants this year, and if they do come through, we're gonna be coming back to you guys for decision making on these project areas. But right here, this area right here, this area is an area that was harvested for koa. So under Mike Robinson, if you can see the kupuno koa in the back, those are the trees that were left. So we didn't clear cut. We cut we harvested less than half of the available koa. And the koa trees that you can see in the foreground, these are about 2 years old right now, but this is about 2 years ago. But these koa coming out weren't planted. These are all part of the koa harvest operations, where where the coal harvesters were required to scarify the ground and bring up the existing the coal. So these are getting so after our coal harvest, we actually, if you took an aerial photo, we actually have more coal coverage now than before we harvested the coal. So you know, a big part of you know, coal forestry and coal harvest that we have on the Aina Mauna is, you know, it's not just coal harvest, but so it's sustainable coal forestry. So I don't think that we're just talking about it. I think if we go up there and we take a look, we're actually, the watershed function and the habitat is actually, we're actually improving it. And we have some of the and we have coal available for harvest. Yeah, and so like Chair was saying, you know, it would be awesome if we could find a way to keep that revenue on the Aina Mauna lands. But you know, I appreciate the budget every year, but this is money in the bank for me. You know, it's like, you know, if and when we do need it, it's there. If and when we do need it, it's there. But we're able to do it sustainably. We have potential grant projects. We have a National Fish and Wildlife grant. We put in for $1.8 million to put in a 500-acre co-op plantation, you know, on 20-foot spacing, 5 years of intense management. So, and I think because of where we are and what the department is and its trust obligations and the habitat that's going to put in, I think we'll be very competitive. We have a USDA Climate Smart grant that could be anywhere from $400,000 to $800,000 to put these in. So we may get money to put these plantations in. But again, right now we're kind of in a holding pattern. We're not putting a lot of money towards plantations. But if we get these grants, you know, one other grant, we have a 10-to-1 match. So 10-to-1 match. So for every dollar that we would put towards it, we'll get $10 from federal match. Okay, next slide, please. So now we're going to go into the restoration efforts. Oh, I'm sorry. So anybody have any questions on coal forestry?
Yeah, cool, yeah. Chair.
Go ahead, Zach. Randy yields the floor to you.
Sorry, Randy. Cool, you know, going back on the gorse, you know, is this particular weed more susceptible in the lower area, lower elevation area, or is it pretty much all over this weed problem?
It thrives in high elevations, a little bit older areas. It can grow lower, but all of the Vaivi and the Lantana and the things from the lowlands outcompete it. But in the high elevation, so it can grow in the lowlands, but it outcompetes everything in the high areas. And again, it's a pasture weed, so it comes into pastures a lot. In the forest, it's outcompeted by forest species. So it kind of has a niche in high elevation, and it's from Europe. So where it's from, the cold winters and the natural bugs that's there suppress it to some extent. So it's not invasive where it's from, but in the high elevation tropics of New Zealand, Brazil, and Hawaii, you know, and also in Oregon, where, you know, it's kind of stays warm and we don't have those, like every winter, it kind of gets suppressed to some extent with the snows. But in areas that's cold but doesn't snow, like Hawaii and New Zealand, it just thrives.
So when you did do the eradication of that weed with your method, does it grow back rapidly, or you're just trying to contain it right now?
Yeah, we're trying to contain it and stop the spread.
Okay. And basically, that's about it, because you can't really control it, right? Unless you dig it out, right?
He's doing his best.
Yeah, I know.
So Aina Mauna Legacy Program, you know, so what's in our plan is to plant the whole containment area with sugi pine. And I think so that's still a option, but we're looking at, so I think we have flexibility there, but that was under the plan was to put plant sugi pine to create a dense shade and leave the sugi pine there at least 80 years to deplete the seed bank. So after 80 years, you could probably change the land use again, but like I said, it's a 100-year plan and a long-term vision, but it's an Andaman Legacy program. That containment area that's going to have seeds for the next 30 years. The plan is to put in high-value hardwoods.
Okay, thank you, Julio. Very good job. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Zach. Indulge me 1 second, Randy. So you had asked a question earlier and it kind of bypassed me. So these lands are original lands, right? So this was part of the inventory that Congress designated. They were leased to Parker Ranch at the time. So they didn't come back officially into our inventory, but the 60s, right?
Early, mid to late 90s.
90s,
that
that-
expired and then it came back to.
So technically, Parker Ranch is responsible for returning the land to us as they found it. For whatever reason, that didn't occur, and that's
I
why.
understand there was some litigation to that. I'm not familiar what happened, but there was some litigation to how the lands were returned, condition that it was returned.
So here's why we are where we are today, because the lands were actually leased to somebody else. The Hawaiian Homes Commission Act basically said you don't get it back until the lease is done. The lease was done. They left Gorse to us. So that's where we are today. Kuli is doing an amazing job doing experiments out there that have practical management value to them. We just need to find a way to get him some more help. And go back to the core. Whoever follows me, you guys push him to do a core harvesting project, and the proceeds all go to, because Aina Mauna Legacy was set up that way.
Yeah.
That revenue generated from the mountain will go back into the management of the mountain. That's surely what's needed now. I just wanted to
No, thanks.
give you that brief
That's-
history.
That's very
'Cause it-
helpful. So, before I get to my original question, do we have any ranching that's continuing up in this area?
We have 5 homesteads, 5 homestead ranches, around 100 acres each, right on Saddle Road, a small area.
So 500 acres out of the 56,000 acres is currently in ranching.
Currently in ranching, and we do have significant portions that's planned for pastoral that don't have gorse and don't have well, they have some gorse, but they don't have as high core value. They're not and high fire risk. So there are other pastoral areas in there that were analyzed and picked as the highest and best use.
So you envision with the 56,000 with the highest priority going to COA, you envision also integrating a certain percentage of existing ranching uses, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I think in the submittal there's a map. So in the submittal, so not the handout that I gave to you guys, but in the submittal there's a map that shows all the mixed usages.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is a map.
So my going back to my other question, I do agree. This Kuleana, it's so big, it requires money, it requires funding. And so I do agree that if COA has a economic value, if used properly, if it's harvested in such a way that you not only create a sustainable source, it gives you the ability to expand the forest. I think that's a critical consideration to make. Because if it was the other way around, just to sell and deplete what we have, that would not be a good thing. So I do think the department needs to really think about incorporating sustainable forestry practices that can generate revenue in order to expand the core forest as we should. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Yes, go ahead, Russell.
So my understanding from what you answered to Commissioner Alwell, we have the core belt where we don't have pastoral use right now, but there's ungulate there left over from Parker Ranch and whatnot. But then at lower elevation, we have lands that I think you said it are suitable for pastoral, or that is the highest and best use for those properties. There's 5 homesteads, and then there's some additional property that would be suitable for pastoral.
Yes. If you look at that map and that's submitted, they have the acreages, but it's drier areas and different soils. Right along Molokai Access Road and the beginning of Mana Road, the lava flows in that area are not as suitable to koa. And in those areas with the traffic and things with ignition sources, like actually keeping down the fire is like the pastoral use would actually like really benefit, really help us to control the fire risk in those areas. So they're in the Ainamana Legacy Program, they really did looked at a lot of things.
Do we have folks seeking out pastoral leases for those suitable lands? Well, why haven't we moved forward with that piece? Not the piece that's core, but the piece that's that you're saying that would be a good use to do. Is that an economic thing? We don't have the resources to push that through, or
It's designated as pastoral use, but whether that's going to be homestead leases or community pasture or some other type of use, to me, I just look for direction from the commission and administration on when to focus on that. And we also have initial homesteads in that first area too. And I also look for just for guidance. I'm like, so I don't think I'm the right person to lead those efforts and to decide what that should be. But really, I support it, and I look for guidance on how we should move forward.
I agree. So that's a department, that's a commission initiative, right? If we want to make that a priority. Talking about the core belt or that elevation, those lands. So ungulate is a problem for reforestation. And the inability to have the forest creates problem because the core shows up and thrives at those elevations.
Yeah, it's a little bit more complex than that, and some of that is my mana and my bias. But from what I've seen, the best way to protect our lands from gorse spread is to put in a strong forest.
So, but does that effort, if that's the chain of causation, does that start with the ungulate control? You got to get rid of that.
It affects all other land management, the cattle especially.
So who in our community does this and does it well? That's you do it, and you do it well, but you're limited with funds. But Kamehameha schools, they have plenty preservation or
you mean
core
management, course management?
Well, on the core afforestation and reforestry.
I would say core. So Kamehameha schools, I would say. So nobody has put in a plantation and is harvesting it yet. It hasn't been proven yet, but I think the Kamehameha schools is probably the most, as far as trust landowner, they're probably the most progressive, and they're putting the most resources towards core plantations.
State of Hawaii has a program.
They do a lot of in-house, but we use a lot of the same vendors. We use Forest Solutions, same as Kamehameha schools. And I just really got to give credit to all of our contractors and vendors. They really share a lot of the information that they've learned in other projects with us. So we use the same vendors, and then I visited Kamehameha schools once or twice and checked out the operations. But as a trust landowner, I think Kamehameha schools is ahead of everyone else.
So I guess the question for the commission is these sacred lands that we all agree need to be preserved, reforested, put back into their natural state. That's a good thing. But that's not what we do. That's not what
It's not our primary.
it's not our mission. Yeah. We might be better served finding somebody who does that well, and that is their mission. And then we work out some sort of find us land that we can homestead and we'll exchange you for land that you can go forest and do your thing. Has that been discussed or thought?
It has been discussed in the past. The Department of Land and Natural Resources is the natural
Right.
candidate, or they have more than enough forest that they can manage right now. So they're really not interested in taking on more forests because they have more resources than us, but proportionate, they still have the same challenges.
So Chair, when you suggest the next person in the seat focus on the core forestry,
For harvesting.
yeah,
and
harvesting for the economics, is that because these efforts to work with somebody to exchange or swap lands that match up mission with ability, you don't think that's possible at this point?
I've had discussions with forestry folks. I've had discussions with the chair of DLNR, and this is the answer. We've got more than enough lands to manage now with the limited resources that we have. So the answer is basically a polite no.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
So at the end of my presentation, we're actually doing kind of two together. We have so Molokai Watershed Alliance, who's part of the Hawaii Association of Watershed Partnerships, which helps us to manage our lands. And we do have strong partners. I'm not sure if it solves the land swap issue, the land trading issues we have, but we really rely on not only our licensees and contractors, but our partners to manage our land. So it doesn't speak to the concern about the land exchanges, but we do have strong partners, and we're gonna do a little presentation on what they've been doing on our lands.
So all the agencies that are responsible for forests work very, very well together. In fact, we get a lot of help, right, from them,
A lot.
indirectly and directly, because they know the value of all forests, whether it just belongs to DHHL or DLNR or Kamehameha schools.
So my last question, and maybe Chair, it's more for you, the core forestry, your thoughts on that, to generate revenue to support, the maintenance and upkeep of this sacred lands. I mean, on a very broad scale, what are the projections that we're still operating at a net loss on that? We don't actually make money in that operation. We
don't have an operation.
Right. But
we could make money, enough money to provide additional resources.
So I don't have the numbers, but there are 3 core harvests that were done from 2000, I want to say 2003 to 2009, 10, I want to say, and they generated, shucks, I'm sorry, I don't have the money, the figures with me, but I want to say, around $3 million.
Which was back then, so today's dollars would be a lot higher.
So it's significant, and
and what is your budget for maintenance of all these all these efforts that you're in? It's less than 3 million?
Oh yeah, it's like I think 500
annually.
500,000 annually.
But that 3 million number, that's not an annual number. That's
a number from probably 20 years ago. Maybe
So it's a long time ago, and also the value of core is almost doubled, I would say. Right now it might be at its peak right now on the value of core.
So that'll be one of my regrets, not being able to get a contract out to harvest koa. Mainly because there's only one Kuli and he's helping us out on
Right.
Maui and doing all of these other things, but also with the COVID, just limited the number of options that we had available. That's why I say I think the next year we'll have an opportunity and the commissioners should like slightly more than gently push the next director to go out and put out the RFP.
Thank you.
Chair, if I could. So, speaking in absolute terms, I don't agree that the sacred lands are not part of our mission. I do agree that our focus is to get beneficiaries onto aina, into homes, putting a roof over their head. I agree with that. But it is part of our inventory, and therefore we have kuleana to protect these lands. And whoever helped to form the Mauna Aina legacy model, they had a reason for establishing that. And that was beneficiary driven, I believe. Maybe it was others that joined, but my starting point is the beneficiaries having participated in this effort. And we are commissioners here to support those efforts as forwarded to us by our beneficiaries. Now, the other thing I want to say is why this is important in my mind is that it creates a cultural space for our people to go and gather, to immerse themselves in those things that really root and ground us to who we are and what we should continue to become in this very modern world where there's fewer and fewer places for us to go. And so the department has a cultural responsibility to create these spaces for our people and to ensure that as our world gets more crowded, they can go to these very special places and be Hawaiian. And so I continue to support and I insist that the department take a greater role in protecting these lands. Thank you.
Hello, Randy. I agree. The answer that I gave to Commissioner Kaupu was an answer that was based upon what other people, mainly those who provide the funding to us, what their interpretation of our mission is. I completely agree with you on the stewardship of the lands that are in our care right now. So I just didn't want you to misconstrue my answer. And to the point where Kuli is helping us finish off the Kahikinui first phase of that fencing, which I think will, in 10, 15 years, will result in amazing reforestation, which is what we need to do. But the department can't make the hard decisions about cattle removal without the support of the commission.
Yes, so I agree. And I'm not taking exception to your point of view. I'm just giving it context. And I do want to also say, this is going to be included in the general plan, the draft plan. It's going to be identified as a land use. So the beneficiaries have been a part of that. The commission PIG members have been a part of that. The staff has been a part of that. So we are memorializing the importance and value of protecting these lands through the general plan. Okay, thank you.
Here, Randy. Mike.
So, Wali'i, you talked about grants. Who helps you with the grants? Is it you, staff?
I submitted those two this year. That's my first federal ones that I did and learning the process
Yeah, all by yourself.
Pretty
Yeah.
much. But,
you get partners and stuff, but yeah,
on ours, on DHHL side, yeah, all of it.
So this plan was adopted in 2009. What was there a committee that helped to formulate the plan, or how was the plan formulated and ultimately adopted?
There was a consultant that was hired to help create the plan, and Peter Young, and there were community meetings, there was master plan. Okay, you wanna come up to the table? Provide us with history.
Hello, Commissioners. Andrew Choi, Planning Program Manager. I wasn't around when the Ainamano Program Plan was adopted by the Commission in 2008. At the beginning chapters of the Ainamano Legacy Plan articulates the process that the department went through. It involved creating an advisory council that consisted of beneficiaries, Department of Land and Natural Resources, experts that helped advise the consultant, Peter Young, and also the department in the formulation of the plan. So during that time, that was the basic process. More details about that process are in the beginning chapters of the Ainamano Legacy Plan.
Just for your information, Commissioners, at the end of your submittal that is in your packet, Willie had put in the link for the Ainamano Legacy Plan if you have not seen it yet. On our website, and he's put in the link for you.
Yeah, so you know, there's this talk about our mission and our kuleana, and yeah, definitely, you know, getting our native Hawaiians back on the land is top of the line. But I would agree that taking care of our inventory is also up there too. But you mentioned that, Poli'i, about looking for direction and guidance from the commission. I mean, you mentioned that there's opportunity for pastoral, and we've heard testimony that we haven't had any in some time, and this could be an opportunity to blend that in, also with the core forest, preserving what we have, taking care of what we got.
Yes, I to speak briefly to what to Commissioner Awo said, as far as the Ainamano Legacy Program, I wasn't around either, but I wouldn't say that it was beneficiary driven. We had a consultant, we had a land management division person up there. There was input, but I wouldn't call it beneficiary driven. And I would say for the pastoral use, I would say that we need beneficiary input on how to implement. The two things that come to mind is the homesteading and the pastoral use. We need beneficiary input on how to implement those things.
Okay. Yeah, I support looking at that, but I know Kuali has several more topics too. I was gonna wait to the end, but this is probably like a good time to chime in.
Again, I know it's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot of things to cover. But mahalo for all the
Willie
input.
Kalamai, I'm going to extend this process. Sorry. I just want to acknowledge then, if it was not beneficiary driven, I do want to acknowledge beneficiary participation in this process. And it's sounding like we have pastoral lots, we have some pre-existing ranching uses occurring. And I guess my only comment to that is I believe we can integrate all of them as long as everybody's engaging in best practices in ways that can that allow us to achieve the ultimate goal, which is reforestation, native reforestation. Thank you.
Yeah, and I really believe in the vision of the Ainamano Legacy Program in looking at the highest and best use. Yeah, and look at the highest and best use. Yeah.
Continue.
If you go back one slide, I want to share one more thing. Sorry, but so about the core forest, I just want to point one thing out. Is that if you can go up one slide, the area, this is in the area K1, it's 4,005 yeah, this one right there. This is 4,500 acres, and we have the gorse and we have a fence and a cattle guard on Mana Road at Hopuvai, and everything on this side of Hopuvai doesn't have cattle and doesn't have gorse. So if we have done this with cattle, all those pula pula that you see there would not be there. The old mama trees can still live, but so a good section of our in the K1, the sustainable core forestry area, it's resilient and it's sustainable because we've sectioned it off from the rest of the Aina Mountain. I just wanted to point that out, that this is what core harvest looks like in the absence of cattle.
And then one more thing, when Kuli refers to K1, you guys submittal, you guys see the map has all the different last exhibit.
And the pula pula that you're referring to is the
the baby corns. Yeah.
Yeah, Kuli, this one here, they're about 2 years old, yeah, you said.
No, this is about 2 years ago. This would be
This was
about
2 years ago.
10 years old.
But
And
this one,
they're about 20 feet. Yeah.
so this resulted from after the harvesting process.
After the harvesting
Whoever
process.
harvested went in, and what did they do?
So some of it was from dragging the logs out, and some of it was just they use the bulldozer in the harvesting operations, and just driving the bulldozer in the grass,
Yeah.
in the track marks, the core will come up.
So it's kind of like even going up Saddle Road, yeah. After they did the road on the sides, got the cores starting
Yes,
to grow.
yes, the same
Similar.
process. The same process. Next slide, please. So now we're gonna go into the restoration efforts. I said before, this is the Wawakua, so it's really dear to my heart. All these lands. But we can go through the projects we got going now. Is the Pihonua Mauka fence, Wa'u fence, Kanakaleonui bird corridor, and Waimao, which is managed by the Molokai Watershed Partnership, and they'll do a presentation at the end of this. But we can go to the next slide. So this is kind of what Chair Ayla was talking about. So the wild cattle in this area, we still haven't figured it out whether it's why that behavior is so prevalent in the feral cattle. Could be minerals, could be a lot of bulls marking their territory, and not having a lot of bulls instead of one bull, and they mark their territory. But for whatever reason, the feral cattle, really strip the bark of the koa. And cows have been up on the Iron Mountain for 200 years, but with the presence of rod, we're having since 2019 between 50 and 75% of our ohia has died. So really in the past 3 years, it's just hard to watch. It's a lot of death, and so some of these trees, are 500 to 1,000 years old. So really, really kupuna trees up in this area is really going to change over the next couple of years. You can go to the next slide. So again, this picture is from 2020, so it's worse than this now. But you can see all of that silver and some of that red. It's an aerial photo of the area, and this area is in the R3. So this area was set aside as conservation. So just protecting and letting the koa come up and fill in the spaces between the ohia, and keeping this as kind of a more cultural and natural landscape. But so this area is really, really impacted. After confirming ROD on our lands in 2019, we looked at implementing area R3 with a fence across the top. So that's one of the big things we're doing. It's a 3-mile fence. We've got 2 miles done already, and next year we'll be finishing the last mile. And we're working with our cattle removal licensees to get the cattle out of this area. Next slide, please. But on a good note, like this area, so you see, like even the dead and dying ohia, a lot of them will resprout from the bottom. And on the right-hand side of this picture, it's actually a log, that fell down. So just, it's not, for me, it's a message to not give up. If we can still protect it, the forest is still resilient at this time, and it will, and given the chance, it will come back. So that's, the Pihonua fence is a big project. It's a big, it's a big priority for that, just to, it's like an emergency situation to get ahead of it. And it's still going to take a couple more years to finish the fencing and get all the cattle out. But yeah, that's one of the priority things that we're doing. Next slide, please. So in 2021, the first ua'u that was found on Mauna Kea since the 1950s was found on DHL lands. So this is the first picture that we got. The confirmation was that it says 5/19/21. So that it was known historically, but they thought they were all gone. So we're actually putting together a 93-acre cat fence for a protected bird habitat, and I think we're kind of working with DLNR, getting. We're actually, it's actually going to be a place where the game birds can get away from the cats too. So trying to work with the hunters up there as well and have a win-win. But yeah, so it's kind of another emergency situation. There's a very small population, and we hate to find them and then they be gone. So we put in a 93-acre cat-proof fence at Puka'iwiwi, and we'll also be working. We'll also be excellent habitat to put in things like the Mauna Kea silver sword. Next slide. This is the Kanakaleo Nui bird corridor. So we have in the Aina Mauna legacy plan, there's a 520-acre so Kanakaleo Nui bird corridor. That actually, with climate change, the mosquitoes are moving up the mountain, and there's less and less habitat for them. So they actually have to go down Makai and forage in the ohias, and they risk dying. Like with the EEV, like a single bite from a mosquito malaria can be fatal. So so these high elevation refuges are really important. And also this 520 acres, even though you can see a lot of pasture, this represents the most intact Maukatu Makai on all of Mauna Kea. This area right here. And actually, the Mamane forests on Mauna Kea are, the birds can actually get nectar from the Mamane. So there's 80,000 acres of Mamane forests on Mauna Kea. And this serves as a DHL has the lands that's most intact and connects to the critical habitats of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Hakalau Refuge, and Hilo Forest Reserve. So this is a corridor that was set aside as 520 acres for a natural corridor for the birds to be able to forage in the Mamane and then return to their safe nesting areas and not have to go Makai and run the gauntlet of possibly getting bit and dying. So so a lot of this area looks kind of open now, but there's actually a lot of small trees in there, and they'll be coming back. So this area is going to be it's one of ongoing projects that we work with Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance on as well, to manage and to take community groups up there and plant. Next slide, please. Actually, we can go back one slide. And yeah, so that's our restoration efforts that we're doing right now. That's the big restoration projects that we have. If there's any clarification on those, if there's any questions, we can look at the restoration. We can move on to the ungulate management. So this is the one that's the most controversial. Ungulate management. So on the Aina Mauna, we're primarily focusing on cattle right now as far as ungulate management. The level at which they impact and change the environment is a lot higher than sheep or pigs, and we've committed to live cattle removal as an alternative to eradication. So we have 2 licensees up on the Mauna, one in Pi'onua, one in Humu'ula. So since these new licenses started in January of 2020, they've removed 1,700 cattle. So 1,700 cattle from the mountain in just over 2 years. Just over 2 years, we've had more than 100 cattle towards beneficiary distribution. We've focused on the Hawaii Homestead Associations and supported a bunch of their programs through COVID. And we've kind of relied on the community associations to get the meat to the people in need, and we kind of deferred to them on how that resource is best used. And ungulate management is, like I said earlier, is critical to all Aina Mauna Legacy program objectives. So I think we can go. So on the next slide, we can go to the next slide. So this is Maha, or the beneficiaries from King's Landing. This is one of the distributions that we did, that they brought in the kids and brought in the kids and kind of teach them how to clean the cows and stuff, and involve them. So this is one of the distributions. So we did the Humu'ula licensee was doing USDA meat for beneficiaries, which I was distributing to the associations. And then we also have live cattle distributions from Pi'ihonua. And the bulk of the cattle moving forward for distributions will be live cattle in self-processing, where the beneficiaries process the animals themselves. So, do you guys get any questions on the live cattle removal?
Carrie, just have a comment. First of all, Cooley, thank you for your presentation, but thank you for your service. This is a lot of stuff. 1/4 of all of our lands are in your area of responsibility. That's a lot. And I know that in your heart, this is your job. So on behalf of the commissioner, our beneficiaries, I'd like to thank you for what you do. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I gotta mahalo nui. I really appreciate that. But having the licensees and the contractors up there and the partners up there, we really rely on each other. Really rely on each other. I cannot take I cannot take the credit. There's a lot of people up there that we have I think we got the best contractors and the best licensees.
Yes, but it does take a passionate leader to bring those together.
Wow.
So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Kuli, mahalo again. So you talked about Humu'ula and USDA.
Yeah.
What does that entail?
So for the Humu'ula, we had an RFP process back in 2018 when we had a notice, and we put the notice out throughout Hawaii, and we looked for people to put together proposals for cattle removal. It was an involved process. We did a presentation to the legislature. They called us up, and we did a selection process, and we picked a person from Humu'ula is Levi Rita, and in Pi'ihonua was Shode Matos. And part of what they proposed was 100 for Humu'ula. They proposed $110 a head for the cattle that they capture, and then 20% of the cattle that they catch to beneficiaries. So that was their offer. Yeah. 20% of the marketable cattle. Yeah.
But the USDA, that means they cut, wrap, and
so they had to cut,
process
wrap. They had
all
to
of
cut,
that.
wrap, and process. He kind of got in over his head. He actually had a significant cost to do that. But yeah, USDA stamped, and we were able to then distribute. So this is a lot cheaper to do, and a lot more feasible to do self-process. But during the COVID time, the USDA was really good because it was able to give it to benefit, and they was able to use that to support their have the USDA stamp to support their programs.
Mhm.
So that was really valuable. It was expensive to do, but yeah, So there was so from Humu'ula he did USDA, and then from Pi'ihonua he offered to do 20% as well, but live distribution for self-processing.
So that's what I was going to ask. Pi'ihonua is self processing.
Yeah.
So they take it to our homesteads, and then homestead folks.
Yeah,
cut 'em
and
up.
then that can be given away and consumed by the community, but it cannot be sold or used in. Yeah, it's something that has to be consumed, and they take the responsibility of the food safety. So we give them a live animal, and then they control the process.
So you mentioned that we've actually got about 1,700 heads
1,700
since
head.
2020.
Yeah.
Is there an estimate of how much more ungulates are on the Mala in these two areas?
I haven't done a survey, but I would say 500 to 800.
5 to 8.
So
I'll
in
just-
in the we have a chance to in the next 2 years be Paul.
That's pretty good because doesn't Kahiki Nui have much more?
Kahiki Nui just started harvesting.
Kuali'i, you helping at Kahiki Nui?
Yeah, we're working with Kauhano Kaikinui to put together a plan and a process. It's always controversial, you know. It's always controversial, but the impact of the cattle on the forest and the watershed is just to me it's undeniable.
And in terms of the licenses, what is the duration and what's the process if there's other folks interested? How often do we go out for RFP?
So these ones were 3 years, so they're coming up and they're with 2-year extensions. They have both have 2-year extensions.
Is that something that the commission reviews?
The commission approved it.
Okay, so the last approval was before.
The approval was in 2019. All right. So 5-year aggregate for the two.
Thank you.
A question, the pastoral guys in the area, you know, you mentioned the 5 homes, they don't participate in this process.
No. No, they don't.
Yeah, so Kuali'i, I want to acknowledge the controversy that comes with removing cattle from these areas. And they really, when I think about the Mauna Legacy Plan, and what I'm hearing is that we can integrate responsible ranching practices and still achieve the goal we are seeking. And then there's wild cattle. That's a separate matter. And like you on Hawaii Island, we of course have those same controversies on Maui. But this really comes down to a choice of what Native Hawaiians, especially our beneficiaries, what they want to connect to. Ungulates that are non-native, or ohia, koa, and everything that comes with that really are connected to being Hawaiian. And so we have to find ways to make choices based on what's most important to us. And so that's been our message on Maui. We're at a crossroads. You choose. You choose what you want to become. You want to be connected to being Kanaka Maoli? If so, you want to preserve these special places. This is what's required, because you know, when I think about academic learning, or our Native Hawaiians, they can glean much more because they olelo now. So there's value to what they bring, what they can pull out of reading. There's value to what they can learn from going to the Bishop Museum. But that's not the same as taking those academic accomplishments and not having a place to go to stand in the knowledge in very practical ways, in real ways. And we need to move beyond book learning and have places like this that we can actually apply what we have learned, because that's where the true value is. That's where it comes to fruition. And so again, I really appreciate your work. I'm hoping that future commissioners will give you the resources you need, because it's one thing to acknowledge your work, but if we're not acknowledging your work and saying as a result we're going to give you more, you may be gone one day, and that's not good. So thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Other commissioners? Yes, go ahead, Zach.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Julio, you inspire a lot of people, especially myself. And you have a very difficult and challenging position. I could understand that. But I have a question. You know, you mentioned earlier about possibly having some grants. You applied for some grants. I'm not sure the amount that you're seeking for, but I'm sure you set some goals for that funds. So, in your mind, what will you utilize these funds for your for your future goals? And then will it help in what significant way will it help you to accomplish whatever your goals are for the Mauna?
Thanks. That's a good question. For the ones that we applied for this year, they're pretty specific. Two of them is specifically for koa forestry. They're targeted at koa forestry. Because even in the wider world, USDA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Foundation, they realize the value of trees and capturing carbon and creating sustainable industry. So that's what those grants that we applied for specifically for koa forestry. The biggest one was 1.8 million. And that one's interesting because it's we could apply for 1.8 million because we could figure out over 4 years we could put down 180,000. It's a 10-to-1 match. But for that one, there's actually a tribal. If we can get tribal equivalence, tribal equivalency on that one, and be seen by them as even though we're not a tribe, as similar, the match is only 3%. So our dollar will go a lot farther. And that one is a 4-year cycle. It may go through 4 more 4-year cycles. So for that one, we could do the bulk of our koa reforestation for 3 cents on the dollar. If I want to count my eggs before it hatch, but for those that we did this year, it's focused on koa forestry. I think a lot of the funds coming down, really looking at climate change, carbon sequestration, habitat management, and some sustainable industry. So to answer your question, the grants are really specific. It's not like we can get $1.8 million that we can spend them how we want. So the ones that we've done so far is for koa reforestation. I think it's the best sell. And I think it's because of where the Aina Mauna is, it's something that we can be real competitive for.
Thank you. Very good.
Okay, thank you. There's no further questions. I don't know how many times we can say thank you, Kuli.
So the next slide, please. So this next topic, I'm not sure how far we're gonna get into this, but I just wanted to, for one thing, just bring it to you guys' attention. We have some enforcement issues on the Aina Mauna. And I'm not sure how far we're gonna get into this, but since 2019, Pu'uhuluhulu was on DHHL lands. It's a remote, difficult landscape. We got Aina Mauna lands with a public road that goes through 17 miles. There's over 30 gates to try and manage, but we have this public road that runs through the middle of the Aina Mauna. It's just a difficult landscape. We have no DHHL enforcement staff on Hawaii Island. We did in the past. We currently don't. And it undermines the Aina Mauna Legacy Program. So I'm not sure how much we should bring on publicly, but I did put a map in the handout that I gave to you guys that kind of shows the areas that are that we're kind of getting impacted on. And there's especially after 2019, there's all kinds of issues, all kinds of interpretations of the law and crown lands and how those should be seen. So I don't really have any suggestions on how to address these issues, but I just want you guys to be aware of them and to know that we need currently, we kind of it's hard enough to do the work is hard, but to do it with enforcement stuff, it almost doubles it, with the stress and the uncertainty. It just makes things really hard. The enforcement issues up there is so we got we got some, yeah, so I don't know, I'm not sure how much to share publicly, but we got, you know, some long-term people up there has been up there a long time that's occupying our lands.
Don't get me started, please.
Sorry.
So I think you said enough. Part of your kuleana is to maintain a standard. And that standard is not to be punitive. That standard is to create a safe environment. It's to ensure that those people who are up there are not taking away aina from those beneficiaries who should have access to that aina. And so you cannot achieve any of that without an adequate enforcement presence. And so I'm just going to say, you know, because I don't want to keep beating on this drum, but I'm just going to say that the department really does need to move in that direction to create a meaningful and viable enforcement entity within the department in order to serve our beneficiaries in ways that ensure quality of life issues. And it's not just what you're describing on the Mauna. It's in our neighborhoods where we have kupuna that are held hostage by certain behaviors that have been coming to us for many, many years asking for relief. And we can't provide them the relief to which they are entitled. And so that is part of our kuleana as well. It's providing homes, it's providing a roof over their head, it's preserving our sacred lands, and it's ensuring that we can act in ways that create safety so that our people can thrive in the neighborhoods in which they are living. So I'm gonna stop there because everybody knows how I feel about this topic. Thank you.
Yeah, this is for you, Chair. So we are aware that there are people on our lands, and I know there was some steps taken, but is there any update you can share with regards to, I know people, Native Hawaiians say they have claims to our lands?
I can only say that we're continuing to move forward with enforcement. Can't give you like operational details.
Yeah, because you know, we know of it for sure up on Mauna Kea, but I mean it's happening statewide.
So we have one compliance officer now. Gone through, I think I remember the deputy saying we've gone through a number of offerings and had people turn us down. So
yeah,
as soon as we can hire people, we've also reminded the county police chiefs via a letter that Uncle Pat played a prominent role in getting a court decision on, which relates to the enforcement of not only criminal laws, but civil laws on the homesteads that police departments are supposed to be responding and they're supposed to be taking action. We try to work with the other state law enforcement agencies when we can. There's a legislative action that was taken to move the sheriffs out of the Department of Public Safety and set up an additional separate department with the language being changed to include and to highlight the need for additional assistance to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and issues on Hawaiian Homelands. So there are things that are in the works, but I can't tell you tomorrow that we'll have an enforcement agency that can respond.
right. So I think it would be of value. Not, I mean, you're going to be leaving in 2.5 months that you could provide maybe an update to this commission, not today, but before you leave, as to where those steps are at and what we can anticipate moving forward with the next administration.
I do want to say for the record that we've certainly tried to find additional agency help for Kuali'i to the point where we've actually been turned down by care. We've offered to hire off-duty officers, accompany him to be on Mana Road. We've offered the same thing to Hawaii Island PD. We would actually pay for some enforcement to be there, but both agencies have turned us
Bill Care and the county.
down. Care in the county.
It's good to know.
So it's not. We've turned over every rock that we can right now.
Yeah, I think stuff like that included in a briefing for us, so we know after you leave, at least we know where we were at. Yeah, in the whole process.
Chair.
I had a question too. Oh,
Go ahead.
yeah, so since we're on the subject of law enforcement, I wanted to ask Mr. Chair. So in 2019, I recall when I came in as a commissioner, we had a whole bunch of guys on the E-team, and I recall every meeting that we attended, they went with us and they traveled to, even at this meeting at where you're at in 2019. I mean, you had a full-on staff, I recall, maybe 4 or 5. So what happened to that E-team? I'm just curious from 2019. And so 2020, 2021, we haven't seen them. So they probably all break up in 2019.
They found other other jobs that they felt were better. One of them returned to his own business of providing notice services, those kinds of things. And
Okay.
they moved on.
Okay. So if they moved on, then you have those vacancies to fill then in the enforcement E-team, because you already established a team. Yeah.
Yeah. So for the 2 years of COVID, we had a hiring freeze, so there was no opportunity to hire anybody.
Mm.
We recently received, I would say in the last 6 months, permission from the governor to go out and start hiring again. So we are in recruitment. As quickly as we can recruit qualified people, we will fill the positions and we'll start up again.
Okay, good to know. Then I'll just wait to 2023. Thank you.
Okay, well, if you have any suggestions, people that are qualified, tell them to sign up because we have gone through.
Okay.
Chair, what is the qualification for that job?
It's not an enforcement position, it's a compliance position. Commissioner Owo is suggesting that we do a full-on enforcement division with police powers and weapons.
Right.
So that is.
But that's going through.
That is going to be introduced in the
legislative process.
Yes.
But what Commissioner Teruya is suggesting is to fill the
existing
vacancies.
Right.
So you've suggested go tell if you know people who are qualified to have them apply. So what are the qualifications?
I don't have them offhand, but I do believe that law enforcement experience would help. Enforcement, like CPS inspectors, any kind of inspector that may not have full-on law enforcement experience and certification, somebody who has done investigations and can write good reports, because ultimately those reports come to the commission to enforce lease cancellation. So good reports are always good to have.
Is this a position that has to be in-house, or can we hire third party to provide these services?
Current law enforcement will not accept basically an off-duty position if there is law enforcement. There's actually a labor ruling that says that they cannot. When they're off duty, they're enforcing either conditions of permits or things like that. They can't, sounds silly, but they can't do they can't do their regular job while they're off duty. Even the sheriff. So we've contacted the sheriffs. We've contacted a lot of folks. Okay, who's this and what does he want to say?
Yeah, so it's kind of the last slide that I had, but
Wait, let me make sure that did I answer your question?
I know, but
Wow.
Also, William, I got some few comments on enforcement, so I'm not sure where this is going, but we can continue. I want to come back.
okay, I'm still going to enforce. I'll just bring Shan up. So he's gonna do the next part of the presentation, but if you're gonna continue in enforcement.
So there's a few things I want to say in terms of the organizational structure that led to the creation of the E-team. Why I bring this up is because early on I was asked to sit with the E-team to try to identify what the challenges are, what the needs are, and I quickly learned the E-team designation is an improper designation because they're not enforcement officers. They have no enforcement power. And what was problematic about that, it gave the communities this misperception that they did in fact have enforcement powers, and they would wonder why they weren't doing anything. And so even within the department, departmental staff thought they were not doing enough because the E-team designation created an expectation within the department that they should be doing more. So the current proposal to create a real bona fide law enforcement entity within the department and giving them police powers, for some beneficiaries, I understand. That's like Gestapo in the hood, right? But that's not the intent and purpose. The intent and purpose is to provide the department with the necessary tools to do the right job in all aspects of what we are required to do. And so let's come back to recruitment. If you want qualified law enforcement trained people, the department cannot compete with AGs, with police department, with dole care. They're not going to come here. And this is why those vacancies remain vacant. Unless we want to hire people who are challenged with investigative submittals, are challenged with understanding rules of evidence. It's not their fault. They're not trained in these areas. And so we cannot continue down this path. We cannot continue to believe that by not having this embedded in our institution, that other enforcement agencies will take us seriously because they have kuleana they have to tend to. And they may not be able to say, okay, we come kokua you special duty because dole care is tapped out. The police department may be tapped out when it comes to our ask. So the only way we can go to another enforcement agency and say, please partner with us on this, is if they view us as being legitimate partners in law enforcement. If they view the department as bringing something of equal value to the table so that we can kokua one another. That does not exist. Anything less than that, any kind of pipe dream that we can bring manapua and think they're going to come kokua us, it's a pipe dream. So anyway, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. And Randy comes from a very unique experience, so his words ring true.
I know, Manapua, I'm getting hungry now. Alright. Sorry.
I can only eat so much manapua, Patty.
Thank you guys so much, and yeah, So Kalamai, if we went, another enforcement issue is a big issue. I just wanted to bring it on you guys' radar that the challenges that we have up there. We can go to the next slide. So that's pretty much the presentation that I have for the updates. We did have one section that I didn't talk about, and so next to me is Cheyenne Hiapo Perry from the Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance, and they manage he manages what is probably the best remaining forest in the digital land trust. It was identified as the as the best forest that we have left, and because of that, we work with the Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance, so they're able to leverage our funds, bring in funding, work on grants, and be able to give that particular Aina at Waipohoi Management Unit the attention that it needs. So here's Cheyenne Hiapo Perry from Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance.
Aloha, Commissioner,
Aloha.
Chair.
Aloha.
My name is Cheyenne Hiapo Perry. Before I forget, I do want to say that we are a licensee, number 811, and I'm a beneficiary of the trust. And that we are, the Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance is entirely self-funded, so we work off of grants. And then so a lot of the work that we're going to be showing is entirely from self-funding. So my name is Cheyenne Hiapo Perry. I'm originally from Waianae. I moved here and met a Hawaiian girl from Hilo girl, and we ended up getting married. People know her. Ho'olulahui. And then this is our team here. So we have a small team of a field team, and they do all the field work. So basically it's me and the field team. And our numbers fluctuate between 4 and 8, depending on the type of work that we're doing. Next slide. So we are a part of the Hawaii Association of Watershed Partnerships. There are 10 of us across Hawaii, and we're all networked to each other on equal ground. We used to before COVID, we would get together about once a quarter to figure out the broader work. It is a voluntary alliance. Our main goal is to do on-the-ground watershed projects. So for the funding that does come to us, a lot of it just goes directly into hands in the ground, into work. And our main goal is to protect and restore native forests. And then part of that, we do it for different reasons, but it is the perpetuation of native forests. But it could be for water recharge, it could be for conservation or ecosystem services. We do help with the Kanaka-Leonui bird corridor as well. And so that's more like a habitat corridor for native birds. East Maui was the first one to kind of use this model. That was back in 1991. And then really, I appreciate the model for what it is, because it is to me, it's a very grassroots model. And so it is a model that is designed according to the landscape. So there's 10 of us across there. For our island, Hawaii Island, Moko Keawe, we've got Kohala Watershed Partnership, Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance, which we're right in the middle. We are the tallest watershed partnership. And then the Three Mountain Alliance. We are, so within that acreage, so if you look at Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance on the map, that's about 500,000 acres. And those are the partners that we have. And I'll go over another map that shows all the partners. We are the youngest watershed partnership. I was hired in 2011. Next slide. So that's the partnership going from left to right. So we got the DLNR, Kukaiao Ranch, the Nature Conservancy, Parker Ranch, the USDA Forest Service Institute of Pacific Islands Forestry, Queen Liliuokalani Trust, Department of Hawaiian Homelands, MMS Schools, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. There's 2 partners, Hakalau Refuge is one, and then the Pacific Islands Fish and Wildlife Office. So those are our 10 partners. Next slide. And you can see kind of like, in theory, this is kind of how it works. I think the biggest benefit that we provide is bringing these landholders and affiliate partners together every quarter. So we do get together for a watershed partnership meeting. But in reality, next slide, it's complicated. So sometimes we have, sometimes partners decide just to work with each other. Sometimes it's gone through the alliance, but it's all geared towards that native forest restoration and protection. Next slide. Those are the partnership lands. So on Mauna Kea, it's about 416,000 acres of partnership lands. There's the 7 land holding partners that you see on right there on the legend. And then we also have 3 affiliate partners. That's the Nature Conservancy, Fish and Wildlife Office, and the USDA Forest Service. The vision of the partnership is to protect and enhance watershed ecosystems, biodiversity, and resources through management, through good, smart management, and while promoting economic sustainability and providing recreational, subsistence, educational, and research opportunities. So we do, if you look at the map, you can see most of the partnership lands, a bulk of it are in the Moku of Hilo. And then we have more in Hamakua, and then mostly Parker Ranch on to the north. Let's see. Okay, next slide. The area that we're gonna focus in on is right around here. So that is the upper part of Hawaiian Homes. The Mauka part is Humu'ula, the Ahupa'a of Humu'ula. And then the Makai part, which is where our management unit is the Mauka part of Pi'i Honua Ahupa'a, which comes all the way from the ocean up to Humu'ula. Humu'ula is a really interesting Ahupa'a because it acts as a roof to all of the other Ahupa'a within the Moku of Hilo. And it's also the source waters for all of the streams that go down to the ocean. So the areas that we work in are very, from a strategic point of view, this is where this is the source water. This is where all the salt water comes from. Okay, next slide. And then we saw a picture of this map earlier. This is the Aina Mauna Legacy Program. The areas in green are kind of managed more for native forests. Then you can click one more time. And then KBC up at the north. So this is the area that we're working in. And then one more time. And then that's kind of our unit area. So that's 1,100 acre management unit. The name of it is called Waipohoihoi Management Unit, or Waimau. But it is the beginning of this bigger idea for restoration and protection that would include some protection and restoration that would go all the way up the Wailuku River corridor. So these are the headwaters of the Wailuku River. Next slide. You can barely see it, but that 1,100 acres is the management unit. That is mostly ohia trees in there, with some koa. I would put it at about 97, 98% old growth ohia trees. I believe that this is some of the most beautiful old growth forests that Hawaiian Homes has in all of Hawaii. We do have some things that are a threat to this area. You can press the next slide. So we do have gorse. That's the gorse patch. That's just Mauka of us. One of the things that we didn't really talk about too much with gorse is it's a fire-loving plant. And so during drought times, with the Mauna Road being accessible, there's possibilities for ignition source. So it can be a fire hazard. There were, if you look at, there's a Google Earth engine, which is a time lapse of all the imagery since 1984 across all of the world. And you come to this area, you can see some of the people that we brought up there for our huaka'i have told me that there used to be 2 smaller gorse populations, but right around the beginning in the 2000s, it blew up. And during that time, there was about 5 to 8 fires. And so the fire, it creates this fire gorse cycle. So if the gorse catches on fire, we'll get more gorse unless we go in and manage it. In Aotearoa, they actually use the fire as a management tool. And what it does is it forces the gorse to germinate so that they can control it. So they'll force the gorse to come up out of the ground, and then they can manage that gorse that pops up. Like they were saying, about 6,000 acres of Mauka of us. We do manage that area. You notice like between the unit and that where it says gorse, it's kind of a different color. That's the gorse that we're trying to manage to reduce that fire threat so that the fire doesn't go into the native forest, wildfire. Okay, next slide. And then with this Pi'ihonua, Mauka area, the rapid ohia death, which is the ceratocystis fungus. And to me, these are all indicators of an unhealthy system. So when we're looking at rod, that is, which is this fungus that can take out an ohia tree in 2 weeks, can kill an ohia tree in 2 weeks. I see that as a problem with the system. And so the way that we're trying to manage that is by creating a healthier forest. So the healthier forest will therefore be more resilient to the rod. But we did lose a bunch of rod. Again, if you look at Google Earth Engine, which shows imagery since 1984 till now, I can see the ohia tree, the forest actually fading away in the past 2 years south of us. Okay. So this is some of the work we do. The way that we manage the ungulates is mostly passive. And so what that means is that we use a bunch of one-way gates. And we work with the feral cattle removal folks as well to remove cattle. And then we also do drives. So those, if you look at the top left and going clockwise, those are from a couple of our management tools that we've used. We also have a small area within that unit area that we are growing native plants. You can see that top right image. That's a shade house that shows all of the plants that we're growing to get ready to outplant. We do monitoring. That bottom right image is of a kepa. And so the kepa, we have these beautiful native birds in our forests. And we, on a bird survey transit, we came across over 10 of these birds in one spot. And that is almost unheard of with the kepa. We do weed management. Look at those bottom images, still going clockwise. So that's a English holly. We understand that herbicide is not preferred, and so that's why we like to have as many tools as we can. But what we did is we used this thing called a puller bear, which is to the left of that. And what the puller bear can do is actually pull the weed out by the root, right? So if you look at the image that we have of that English holly right on the right, it's got more root than it actually has English holly coming out of the ground. And the reason we do it that way is because if you try to pull it out manually and you come sideways, it breaks off and then the root is still left in the ground. So we want to pull that whole thing out, including the top root. And then to the left of that is some plantings we've done. We planted, we have a small exclosure in there. We planted about 600 native trees. Just above that is a survey that we did in 2019 with the university, the STAB lab, and that was looking at the entire unit. We did a FLIR mounted next to a regular camera on a helicopter to get to do like a survey to understand what was in there. So we were looking at feral cattle, which is the purple dots, and we were looking at the yellow dots are potentially rod trees. So at that time in 2019, we had about 450 feral cattle in that unit area. And then we had about 53 trees that were expected to have rod. So just kind of a closer look at those things that we're having challenges with. I had a pretty good idea. Next slide. But that's kind of the work that we do as a watershed partnership. So, it involves kind of managing within those management units and then monitoring, kind of keeping an eye on everything. But you guys saw that we have most of our partners are kind of larger landholding partners. So the way we stay in touch with our community and the people that live on Mauna Kea and around Mauna Kea and on the island is through our environmental education and workforce development programs. So we do a lot of community work. The top left picture is, so if we can't bring the kids, these are really young kids. If we cannot bring them to the forest, we'll bring the forest to them. So we would bring seeds down. This is at Kaumekika'eo. We would bring seeds down for the kids to plant the seed. We would nurture those plants and then actually plant them up on the mountain about a year to a year and a half later. This would have been in the planting kind of slowed down a little bit due to the grants that we were receiving. So this would have been around, when that happened was around 2013 or 14 was when we were working with down in Kaumeke. We've also done workforce development. So we work with Kupu. They have a summer program. We've also have year-long Kupu participants, and then we also have Kupu Aina, which is almost like a job. So they get paid a good rate, and then and then we work with those folks. So all those pictures kind of going again clockwise. That's the headwaters of the Wailuku River off of Bana Road, and right there in the middle. That's a kupu group that we had. Let me see, that was, I think that was earlier this year. And then if we keep on going around, that is another kupu HYCC group that we planted within the management unit, Waipohoihoi management unit. And we also had a pipes intern at the time. And so we do support those programs with UH Hilo. Coming down below that is we have a teacher training program. And so we also work with teachers. That's up at Kipuka Pu'uhuluhulu. And then keep on coming around. We had another gathering seed for native for restoration with Manovai o Hanakahi program. And then that's just another kupu HYCC group that we worked with at the Waipohoihoi management unit. But it is this forest is beautiful, gorgeous, and we're always open to a huaka'i. You know, if you want to take a look at it. There is a lot of so the issue with this forest has been that there are a lot of old kupuna trees, but we had not seen a whole lot of new keiki, koa, ohia popping up. And so the forest was not going to be able to sustain itself after those kupuna passed. I wish we had got to doing this work 10 years earlier, but given what's happening now and the situation that's happening now, I think that it's really good that we are in there. And I agree that we have to protect our native brothers and sisters that are out there, not just the human ones. And these places and these trees and the stories of the mo'olelo, they did make us who we are. So I feel a certain responsibility to make sure that we are sustaining that for future generations. That's why I do it. I do it for because I know that they are a part of who we are. Next slide. Yeah, so I think the last slide is everybody recognizes Waianuenue. We live in Hilo where there's hundreds of ways to say rain. But I think given what's happening globally and across other communities, the water by it is health. But like this last slide is just showing that, that we should really be thoughtful and not take that for granted. Yeah, so if anybody has any questions, try to keep it super short, but that's kind of yes.
Yeah, mahalo for your presentation. Rapid ohia death.
Yes.
What do we know what the cause is at this point, or is that still a mystery?
It is known that scientists, so the Forest Service, Institute of Pacific Islands Forestry, they've done research on it. They've identified fungus ceratocystis, which is related to the same fungus that can infect potatoes. But these they discovered were actually new species, and so there's two of them. The time that it blew up was right after Hurricane Iselle in Puna. So the thought is that the wounding of the trees and the presence of the fungus, and given our current warming, that caused this blow up to happen, and then it seemed to. So it's interesting with science folks because they're like, oh no, they look at the managers just think differently, but the scientists will try and figure out like, well, is it this or that? Like we're just like, for us, it's like, no, it's happening. We want to figure out what to do about it. So the thought is either that it's moved by wind or by storms and wind, or that it might be moved by animals or on vehicles in the mud and that kind of thing. And then potentially spread by. They had looked at some unit areas and they had seen some differences between inside the managed units and outside the managed units as far as the amount of rod that they were finding.
So the current mitigation practice is to just keep planting more ohia. Is that what I heard you say earlier?
So there's a couple ways. Complicated question. So like this, I really see rapid ohia death. We were trying to contain it to just this island kind of initially. has been found on other islands, but again, there's two different types of species. Some years ago, they had recommended cutting the trees down to try and reduce the chance of the wind spread, getting them on the ground. But when you do that, you do impact other trees around it. We want to, Waipohoihoi would be really good to look at the idea of resistance. So there are some ohia trees that are surviving, even though rapid ohia death is in the area. And then the other really big thing that is being looked at currently is landscape scale management for the health of the forests. And so what that means is managing weeds and feral ungulates within that forest. So the idea is that that forest would then become more resistant because you would have all those layers of different native trees, and it would not be as vulnerable to the, so you wouldn't have as much wounding. Trees would be more resistant that way.
Yeah, so one big factor is the wounding. The studies are still coming out, the linkages between, ungulates and rod, but basically it's like a staph infection if you have an open cut. Staph is around, but you don't get infected unless you have an open wound. So wounding of the trees, whether it's by a bulldozer or it's by a machete or it's by your boots on the roots, it's a opening for infection. Like now that we have it everywhere on our lands, we can't focus on the spread. The only way we can do it is focusing on the wounding. And in their management area, it's going to be interesting because they're ahead of the rest of Honua. So we're going to have a science experiment of 5 years ahead in cattle management versus still at cattle. And it's kind of showing up that way now. Like you can kind of see the difference between Waimau, where it's been fenced. They still have cattle and they're still working on it, but not at the rate we have on the outside. So like the studies are still coming out, but I can see with my own eyes that where you have wild cattle, the rapid ohia death is much more prevalent. Not to say that they spread it, but you got to prevent the wounding.
Any further questions? Okay, Mike, I'm gonna ask, we kind of wrap this one up so we can move forward.
Only one last one for you then. For you, Chair. So last legislative session, they set up the Mauna Kea Authority, to put this group of folks together. I noticed DHHL was not one of the positions, and can you elaborate on talking with
Sure.
guys?
The legislature was more focused on the summit. That's our lands are not at the summit. That's the reason. Okay, Koli.
Thank you guys so much for you guys' time. I know there's a lot to cover, and I just really appreciate you guys' time. I know you guys have a lot to consider and decisions to make. I just want to say that the watershed partnerships throughout the state, I think it's a really good model for digital to work with people to give certain areas of our land the love that they need. And Cheyenne, Hawaii, the Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance, they're able to bring in, so what is 15-1 that you guys brought?
Funding wise, it's about an 8-1. So, we do get a little bit of funds from Hawaiian Homes to help manage Kanakalenui Bird Corridor. And then, with that, we were able to match. So it's about 8-1. And then we get grants from state, federal, county, private, all different sources.
So by working with them, we're able to leverage our funds to manage our lands with people who have expertise. And also for the license 811, we haven't had an in-person meeting in a while, but just as a condition of that license, they're supposed to come to you guys and do a presentation. So thank you guys for your time and letting Cheyenne come. Sharing that, making time for us to give you guys an update. Mahalo nui.
Thank you, Kuli. Cheyenne. Thank you. I know you've been around a long time. So mahalo nui.
Mahalo, Kulia.
Yeah. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on this item? Real quickly, because we're going to have to move to an executive session.
The islands in Hawaii are separated by two sections. It's called the Wao. There's a Wao Kanaka and a Wao Akua. I have a question for Kuali'i. Is our lands in Vau'akua? And where does Vau'akua, why is it separated in two like that? Because we know Vaukanaka means the land where man dwells, that they use. But Vau'akua starts where for our Aina?
That's a really good question, and not everybody is in agreement on that. Some people say the very summit is Vau'akua. From what I know is Apapalani, and there's like 13 vows. And we looked at specifically for Mauna Kea. And from what we understand is, yeah, every island's different. Every island's different. Even every moku is different. And there's not always agreement. But my understanding of Mauna Kea, it's right about 6,000-7,000, and it's where the clouds hit the land and where you see the mist. And the difference between my understanding of the Vau'akua is you kind of go up there for certain purposes and you conduct yourself as a Kanaka in a way that that's in tune with the vow and you don't alter it, versus the vow Kanaka is where we would have done our agriculture and we would have changed the landscape. You know, we mahira aina to grow our food, and when we're in the Vau'akua, we don't alter the landscape. We can be there, but we don't. We do it with reverence and we don't alter the landscape for our needs.
Okay, so my question is, because you mentioned the word vow.
Yeah.
And I sat there as part of your presentation. Is our Aina part of that vow?
The Aina Mauna lands, to my understanding, is Vau'akua.
Okay, so therefore, in response to the question that was asked about why Mauna Kea, we're not having a seat at on this panel or agency or whatever they created. I don't think that was a really.
It wasn't our choice. It's the legislature that created this panel, and they were focused on the summit.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that our land is part of that vow, which I want to pretty much it's his job is very, very difficult because of what he just said. There's a lot more, talking, Mr. Awo, listening to what you had to say. We have to look at the different divisions of land, not just as ahupua'a, but under vow.
I'm going to ask you to wrap it up.
Yes,
this public testimony is 3 minutes. We have a full agenda.
So
after
what I'm
this.
saying is that that is why his job is a lot more difficult. That's why his job to me is in questioning the enforcement and all of these things, because before we had these enforcements known as konohiki, we have these ties of cultural ties of how we enforced, how we managed and everything like that. So in consideration of the Mauna Legacy Program, I would just like to just share with you that these are words in there, that divisions of that's already in place, not because we said so, but because the kupuna said so. It's stated in the dictionary that Pukui wrote that this place is for the akua, and we cannot alter the landscape. We cannot just go in there. I'm very appreciative to the gentleman that talked about that he's teaching the children the olelo or the chants that go along with this. That's what makes it a little bit more difficult and different.
I don't want to be rude, but we do have to carry on. There's somebody behind you. You've had 3 minutes.
Okay, so I just want to say thank you so much, Kuali'i.
Thank you.
Because I know how difficult your job is, and just mahalo for all the stuff that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony. Mahalo. Yeah.
Hello, my kako Pat Kahawai Ola Kyoka Community Association. I appreciate the fact that I'm given this opportunity to speak on this subject matter of our Aina Mauna lands. Aina Mauna lands, as was explained by Andrew Choi, absolutely. Andrew, too young to remember that, but I remember. I know who Peter Young was. Peter Young used to be the head of the Department of Interior, the LNR, and then became a consultant, and he was the creator of it. And it was created with beneficiary consultation after the plan was put together. There was beneficiaries that got in here, and the Bill was part of that administration with Joby, who began these halawais and at there to the meetings. So all of that in place has happened. The discussion on enforcement has always been an issue, but it is an issue not only for the chair. He's leaving. Most of you are going to be here yet. The power lies within all 9 of you. The commission has that power, not Mr. Ayla, or not whoever the chair is. It's this commission. If any one of you want to make the changes and you all agree to do it with beneficiary consultation, make the change. You see, because the powers, your powers are the ones that is awesome. You guys get the kupai anaha powers to do that. You know, and with due respect to the last discussion between these 2 young Hawaiians, Mary Kavena Pukue said this: not all knowledge is found in one halau. So if you believe that, and I think Kuli was correct in saying, well, this is, over there they believe this, over there they believe that. This legislation that was created with that Mauna Kea Advisory Committee would have included Hawaiian Homes to be on that commission.
Authority,
except in the initial stage, because it began on Pu'uhuluhulu. They moved that to the 9,200 foot level, which takes us out of our lands. Our lands starts up to at least the 8,000 foot level. If you look at that legislation, it started at the 6,000 foot level. That authority would have been within that range, which included our lands. Our lands were then removed, taken out of that, so their jurisdiction, their authority could not. And the reason they cannot is because only you guys got that power to talk about what's happening on that land. Not the authority, not the state of Hawaii, no one else. So with that being said, I rest my case, want to make sure you guys all get home safely. But I just needed to get into that because there's too much. No blame the one person. He get a lot to do with it because he's been around there longer than all of you. But he does not have that power. All of you got that power. Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Pat.
Mahalo. Oh.
Okay.
Boy.
Commissioners, so we have full J agenda. We've got G7 to do, but we've got an executive session. I don't think the executive session is going to take that long. So I'm going to predict 45 minutes. So come back in 45 minutes. We'll finish G7 and then get to the J agenda. I want to thank all of the J agenda folks for your patience. This was an important discussion to have. I'm going to ask for I'm going to ask for a motion to go into executive session, but before we actually go into executive session, have a 5-minute break to take care of things.
Thank you.
Seconded. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? See none, the motion carries. agenda item and then get to the J agenda. We thank those on the J agenda for hanging in there with us. Andrew, G7.
There's item G7 for information only. The report of the investigative committee on the Department of Hawaiian Homeland General Plan update and presentation of the draft final general plan update. I promise I will try to go fast. And the next slide. So the purpose of this briefing covers three things. We wanted to recap the planning process to date and provide a briefing on the status of the update process. We wanted to share the results of the statewide beneficiary consultation that was completed on the draft plan between August and September of 2022. And in accordance with HRS 92-2.5D1B, report back to the Commission the findings and recommendations of the General Plan Investigative Committee, which are contained in the draft final plan, which is Exhibit A and Exhibit B in your packets. This diagram just gives a general description of the schedule. The department initiated process to update its general plan in the fall of 2020. The update process was anticipated to take a period of 20 months, inclusive of beneficiary consultation, beginning, and there were three major phases in this planning process: research, draft plan development, and final plan development. There were opportunities provided for beneficiary consultation throughout the process. Next slide. An investigative committee of the Hawaiian Homes Commission was appointed on August 18, 2020, in accordance with HRS 92.5B. The members of the investigative committee included Commissioner Awol, Commissioner Kaupu, and Commissioner Helm, and Chair Ayla. Initially, the investigative committee's work was expected to be completed over a series of 5 meetings spread out over the course of 20-month planning process. However, the initial assumption was that the meetings would be full-day in-person meetings. However, due to COVID-19 gathering restrictions, the investigative committee meeting format and frequency was changed to more frequent and shorter virtual meetings. So on the table on your right are the dates that the investigative committee met. The table on the, table on your left. Table on your right are the dates that we held beneficiary consultation meetings throughout the process. These next couple of slides just wanted to highlight the sequence of the meetings that we held. There were 3 types of meetings. One was to brief the commission, which are in red, the full commission, then the investigative committee meetings, and then beneficiary consultation meetings. So the first set of investigative committee meetings was really to give guidance to the planning team on the planning process, the contents of the plan, and to set the direction in the plan by giving us input on elements for a vision statement that would guide the direction of the plan over the planning process. We provided an update to the commission in February of 2021 based on the input of an investigative committee. Then we went out for beneficiary consultation, the first round in March and April of 2021. Next slide. We held another investigative committee in July of 2021 to report back the results of the first round of beneficiary consultation. We provided a summary of the first round of consultation to the full commission in October of 2021. Then we proceeded to conduct a second round of beneficiary consultation, this time on policy issues that were identified via beneficiary consultation and guidance from the investigative committee. So these second round of meetings included policy discussions on land use, water and infrastructure, housing and food production, healthy communities and natural cultural resources, economic development and revenue generation. And then, so those round 2 meetings were held from November to February of 2022. Investigative committee number 5 and 6, we took the results of beneficiary consultation round 2, and we started to work with the investigative committee on formulating policy recommendations and goals based on the results of beneficiary consultation number 2. So the policies, goals, and goal statements, these were all fully discussed by the investigative committee over the course of the meetings in March and April. Once we vetted those goals and policy statements, next slide, we took a draft plan to the commission in July. So we presented that draft plan, which included all the policy statements, all the goal statements that you see in front of you in Exhibit A. So that was presented to the commission as a draft in July. Following that, we held our third and final round of beneficiary consultation meetings. These were held in person to get beneficiary comment on the draft plan. And then once we received that feedback, we presented the feedback to the investigative committee again, and we vetted the policies that received mixed feedback from beneficiary consultation in order to revise those policies. And then that's how we came to today, is to provide you an update on what policies from the draft got revised. Next slide. So most of you are familiar with this diagram. This is the department's planning system. Just a little bit of background. Hawaii Administrative Rules 10-4-51 establishes the department's planning system. These rules were adopted by the commission in 2018 and signed into law by the governor shortly thereafter. The planning system establishes a 3-tier hierarchy of plans. Tier 1 is the top tier, consisting of the department's general plan. Tier 2 and Tier 3 are the lower tiers and are guided by the general plan and have more specific geographic and programmatic focuses. Tier 1 guides the lower tiers. So just wanted to refresh your memories. Next slide. So specifically, I pulled out the sections of the rules that refer to the general plan. So the purpose of the planning system, the general framework of the general plan, which show to be guide overall policy, and then 10-4-55 identifies the minimum requirements that the general plan must meet. So there are 8 minimum requirements, and I'll revisit this later in the presentation. So I know it's been a while since July, so I'm just gonna real quickly go through the contents of what was in the draft plan. It's the same contents that's in the final plan. And again, we just revised the specific parts of the draft plan that received mixed feedback during beneficiary consultation. Next slide. So the general plan is a vision-based document. So the first round of consultations was really grounded in the opportunity to define what that vision was and define the general direction that the department should head over the course of the next 20 years. Through the vision statement, which is articulated in the plan, we identified 10 values and guiding principles through the planning process, which led to 7 policy topic areas, which I'll quickly go through. 7 policy topic areas are land use and water, healthy communities, infrastructure, natural and cultural resource management, housing, revenue generation, and economic development, and food production. Next slide. So when we talk about the contents in the plan, there are 3 basic terms that we use. So we use goals, policies, and metrics. So when we use those terminology, this is a quick explanation of what we mean by those terminology. Also throughout the plan, while there's not a specific chapter related to climate change considerations are considered throughout the policy areas throughout the document. Next slide. So the first 2 chapters of general plan are introductory chapters. They give the overview of the purpose of the general plan, overview of Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Second chapter provides more specific information on the vision statement and guiding principles. The next 4 chapters, next slide, go over specific policy areas. So like I mentioned previously, land use and water resources, infrastructure, housing, food production. So those these chapters have more specific goals and policies related to these policy matter areas. Next slide. Likewise, chapter 7, 8, and 9 also have specific goals and policies related to the policy areas of healthy communities, natural and cultural resource management, and revenue generation and economic development. Next slide. The final chapter is outlines the department's approach to monitoring progress to the implementation of these goals and policies over the next 20 years. Next slide. So again, these are the minimum requirements required by the administrative rules that the general plan must cover. The first two requirements relate to what we call our land use designations. So this is how the commission articulates its land use policy on how the department ought to use its lands. And then secondly, typically the way the department implements its land use designations is through the disposition or issuing a disposition, whether it be a homestead lease or some type of other non-homesteading lease to execute the land use policy. Criteria 3, 4, 5, and 6 establish criteria for specific uses. Criteria 7 establishes infrastructure level of standards related to each type of land use designation. And then lastly, criteria 8 specify indicators to measure progress to the goals and policies in the plan. This quick table just quickly identifies where in the plan these criteria are met. So it's meant to be a quick check on how we met the criteria in the administrative rules. You'll notice that most of the criteria is met in chapter 3, the land use section. Chapter 4 on infrastructure, that's where we talk about level of service standards. And then throughout the plan, and primarily in chapter 10, but throughout the plan, we specify specific indicators to measure progress on plan implementation. Next slide. So once again, I just wanted to emphasize that the general plan articulates goals and policies that are meant to be carried forward in the lower tier plans. So like our land use designations will be identified for specific areas in our island plans. The general plan just says this is the type of designations you can designate our lands to do, but it really gets carried out in the lower tier plans, the island plans and our development plans. Next slide. So we took out the draft general plan for consultation in August, and I'm just going to quickly go over the consultation results. So we had 8 in-person meetings through the month of August. And in addition to that, we had a 30-day comment period following the final meeting on August 22nd. Next slide. We had about 222 attendees attend over the course of the 8 meetings. During the meetings, it was an open house style, so we didn't have formal presentations, stuff like that. But we did have the opportunity for people to give us their mana'o via comment cards and other means, which I'll go over quickly. In addition to the physical open house, we also provided an opportunity for people to participate virtually. So we had about 480 people visit our virtual open house, of which there were 17 comments left on the draft general plan. Next slide. So this slide just articulates more specifically the process in each open house that we created. So we had display boards that articulated each of the policy topic area and goals and policies under each. And we had our beneficiaries indicate to us whether they liked a policy or lukewarm on the policy, they were neutral, or they didn't like a policy thumbs down. So we had them place a dot to indicate their sentiment on the policy. For those that gave us a thumbs down, we also wanted them to give us comments on why they didn't like the policy and how we could improve on the policy language. So that picture illustrates a sample of the comment cards that we received. Next slide. So for the most part, the majority of the policies in the general plan received thumbs up or support from our beneficiaries, indicated by the dots. However, there were several types of policies receiving mixed feedback. These are the kinds of policies. This slide shows the kinds of policies that receive mixed feedback. So policies related to non-homestead uses, policies related to partnership with non-beneficiary organizations, increasing staff, infrastructure, and enforcement. Next slide. So once we received the feedback during the beneficiary consultation meeting, this slide just illustrates the process on how we went to revise the draft general plan. And so there pretty much a three-step process. We documented the voting that was received during open house. We provided policies receiving mixed feedback in the beneficiary consultation were revisited by the investigative committee. And thirdly, revisions and rationale were proposed and discussed before reaching consensus on revisions. Next slide. In your packet, item G7, there's table 2. Table 2 summarizes the specific policies and the specific changes that were made to each of these policies. So next couple slides just kind of summarizes the revisions that were made. Next slide. With regards to infrastructure, we just changed the word dedicating to licensing. Number 3, So these are just the areas in which we made revisions. Next slide. And then, once again, in your packet, table 2 goes into more detail about the specific changes that were made to the language in the plan, policy language in the plan. Next slide. So we just wanted to present this draft final general plan to the commission. We know that it is a lot of information for the body to take in, so we wanted to give you folks as much time as possible to digest it. But we were anticipating returning to the commission in next month for your approval on the final general plan update. Next slide.
Yes.
I had a question.
Go ahead, Patty.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Andrew, for this. I went through the general plan. It's just a lot of work, a lot of great information, so educational. I'm still going through it actually, and just love the beneficiaries' participation on the general plan. My question, Andrew, just this one question is, when you do the general plan, is there any I didn't see it, but I just wanted to get your opinion. Is there any zone change through the general plan, or when you work on the island plan, it's an attempt to do any zone changing on DHHL land?
Mahalo for the question, Commissioner Taria. There is no zone change at the general plan stage. The zone changes, as you mentioned, happen at the island plan stage. What happens at the general plan stage is that we create the types of zones that we would like to see applied to our Hawaiian homelands. So the analogy that I use during beneficiary consultation is that at the general plan stage, we're creating the types of colors in a crayon box. We're picking what colors we want to put in our crayon box. And it's at the island plan stage that we take the crayons out and we start to color our lands, the different uses that we want to see.
Okay, thank you. And then one last question is, does the general plan and both the island plan, do they, I know it's not required, but do the city DPP have these plans? Do they I don't know if you, do they look through our plan as they work on their community sustainable plans?
We transmit it to them
Okay.
for their information. To the extent that they use it, I can't.
Okay,
But
and
we
I asked.
do provide it to them.
Okay, and I asked that question only because, Andrew, because we're in the stage of updating the Wainaimoku Sustainable Community Plan. And so I just wanted to know, kind of refresh me when we go through the process too. But, thank you very much for your hard work on the planning department team. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Patty. Other commissioners? Seeing none, thank you very much. Andrew?
Thank you, commissioners.
Full day.
Chair.
Yes.
I'd just like to just cover one thing on item G2. We discussed yesterday about doing a beneficiary consultation. I want to make sure we add the wait listers to that. For that. I've already talked to Andrew. I think it's important to have them. We do as much as we can so we can get this cleared up moving forward.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good point.
Okay. Are we ready for the folks on the agenda? Okay, first up is Cindy Freitas, and all of those, thank you so much for bearing with us. Cindy Freitas.
Aloha, mahalo. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I want to do a small chant. E mele komo a he mele aloha. No naku puna I ka au I hala. Aloha mai kapu. My, thank you. J1. I am concerned about a lease that is located, the lease number is 2210. That is located in Kewalu. In Oahu, and it's Papakale Homestead. My brother and my daughter is in the process of transferring the lease over to her, which is Billy Joe Freitas. So my concern is on the taxes. I was told before the lease can be transferred, the taxes gotta get paid. But I'm reading that my mom's lease agreement amendment, which was done in November of 2013 when you guys gave the land to her. So my brother claimed that he never got one, never got a transfer through successorship and amended the lease to the lease. So I'm going off of what I'm reading in here on the taxes assessment and etc. And as a transfer in the document. At any indebtedness that arise from the property upon approval of the lessor, that it could be transferred over to the next leasee, which is my daughter, Billy Joe Freitas. So I'm asking the commissioner, because my brother cannot pay that lease. That's why he's giving it to my daughter, Billy Joe Freitas. If everything under indebtedness can be transferred to her before she pays that lease, before she pays the property tax, which is in the amount of $5,390.92, accumulation from 2012 to today. So that's a lot of money, but she's willing to pay that when the transfer is completed and all signatures are done and it's in her name. So I'm humbly asking the commissioner upon approval of the lessor about the situation.
Okay, I don't know the answer to that. Normally we collect everything before the transfer is done. That is the process.
Well, throughout the history, let me give you a little bit moku au on this property. In 1949, it was awarded to Robert J. Ka'o, which is my great-grandfather. He passed away in July 16, 1956. The designated successor was my grandmother, Charlotte Deers. In June 7, 1977, unrecorded documents to the instrument between 1956 to 1977. But anyway, she got them. Then she designated my Auntie Frances Mu Lung Diaz as a successorship. When my grandmother died, she was a successor in September 20, 1988. She designated my mom as a successor when she passed away October 17, 2012. All that accumulation of taxes was just thrown to the next leasee, the next leasee, the next leasee, and it started accumulating to today in the amount of $5,390.92. My daughter is willing to pay that upon the completion of the transfer. And that's where, because there's a track record of all this happening all those years, but we're okay with that. But before she can pay it, we humbly ask the transfer be done so she can pay that. We are afraid of paying it now. And what if something goes south? That's a double-edged sword. You pay that much money. So I told her, wait a minute, let me go talk to the commission upon permission by her, which she agreed to talk about this issue. I understand the leasee amendment change as time go along because you see problems, yeah, that exist. So you guys kind of changed the verbiage in there. And I understand, but there is a spot in here upon the approval of the lessor, which is you guys. And that's why I'm humbly asking. We don't want to foot, she doesn't want to foot the $5,390.21. She's not going to get that lease.
Okay, let me go back and check with staff. Number one, the property tax history.
Okay.
And then I will consult with the AGs because we have established practice, and you know what you're asking for is an exemption to standard practice, but it appears that you have a reason at this point based upon the history of the tax accruement. So let me consult with staff, and I will get back to you before the end of the week.
Okay, mahalo.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bo? No. And while Bo is getting set up, I just want to announce for the record that is Elizabeth Leloy Masuoka, and that's J2, and Kekoa Inamoto J6 have deferred to next month.
That's it. Other, Kalamai. Thank you, Commissioner. Okahui with Laiupo Community Development Corporation. I have my written testimony, and I'll just really go glance over it. I'm my flight here is about 45 minutes. So quickly, on page 2, we start with RJ agenda testimony. So Holuola North Corner Water Development, Laipo Community Development is seeking a favorable recommendation by this and approval by this commission to purchase the Gianalis property. We understand that there's an appraisal report that was done by
or is being completed by the department. The 129 acre acquisition, of which we only need 3 to 5 acres to develop the water source. I make a point that the department in the subsequent action, should they purchase this property, that they could do one of two options: increase their ag program and develop their ag program and use this land to improve on their ag program, or sell the remaining 122 acres at market value to get your investment back. But the central point here is that we need water for Kona. The department doesn't have water to develop homes, and we need water. And this is where the water is. We have the planning department, the county of Hawaii, and certainly our corporation believes that the water is there. Item number 2 is the Village 4 water audit and retrofit plan. LCDC got involved with Village 4 because of the high costs they were paying for their water bill. Their water bill was averaging anywhere from $700 to $1,500 a month, far exceeding the rent program. These are the renters from the Village 4 rent to own with option to purchase program, a 15-year rent program in which they become renters, and after they fulfill that 15 years, then they become lessees. Should they entertain that option to purchase? I pay $52 a month. That's how much I pay. I couldn't understand why they're paying $700 to $1,500. As it turned out, our water audit and retrofit plan, they were using the water to water common areas from their own meter, from their own household meter. So we got with the developer, and we think we have a solution. Our water audit showed that we have already conserved 60 to 80% on their water utility costs per unit, 17 of the units that are affected by the water bill. So we're moving in the right direction with this plan. We have a phase 2 plan in which we're gonna install 2 sub-meters and then audit the rest of the 44 homes in the same village with the hope of also employing some conservation measure. Laiapua CDC is embarking on developing the Village 4 Park, 25 years in the making. So we're going to take on that task, and we'll be working with the association and the community. We'll be hosting community meetings and beneficiary consultation regarding the plan. We've engaged the architect as well as a civil engineer to come up with the preliminary engineering and conceptual plans. Likewise, Laiapua Community Development Corporation is interested in developing the preschool and daycare center. Recently, I learned that a parcel next to the Laiapua 2020 development plan, TMK 74021-002, is under the department's inventory. And so what we will do, LCDC intends to seek a right of entry. Boy, that's interesting. So we'll be seeking a right of entry to go and do this job, because our community made this one of our priorities to put in a preschool and a daycare center for our keiki. Number 5 on the second page, we also intend to pursue a Kupuna Senior Daycare Center, but that's kind of down the road. But we made that our priority project number 5.
Well, can I just ask, you're letting us know this But what is your source of funding for these projects?
I'll be going to the ledge. We'll be going to the ledge this year for 2 of the 3 projects.
CIAs.
I've already, we submitted and responded to the RFP, the department's grant program. And if you go back to your 3rd page on the very top, we submitted a grant program to do a EA for a water source, a lower level water source that would, again, enhance the department's ability to meet its housing goals and support, I think, the community goals for economic development. So the department doesn't have any water in Kona. Takes 1 water credit, 400 gallons, to build 1 house. We have over 800 units planned for the villages of Laiopua. Village 1 and 2 is proposed for almost 400 units, of which there is no water. So the geanalysis project, first of all, becomes crucial in an effort to make sure that we can meet that housing plan. Without the water, there is no housing plan. Our opportunity, we saw a second opportunity to go after water on a parcel called Keopu. Lower level water well, it's about 800 feet in elevation. And again, it is intended, our effort is intended to do the preliminary work and then seek funding for the source development. Now, with respect to the geanalysis project, the department 2 years ago received $12.5 million from the legislature for Laiopua to develop water. Coupled with the fact that now you got Act 279 funding, I think we can make this happen. This is crucial because we have no water in Kona. I can't emphasize more. I can't even build a park even if I wanted to, and even if I did all the work for it, we can't build our park. 25 years in the making. So the water becomes, I don't know, so crucial that, without it, you can't do anything. Not to mention the fact that we're trying to meet the department's priority goals to develop housing. No water, no housing. Pretty simple. My last bit of testimony today, I sit on the Habitat Board as an advisor, as a Native Hawaiian advisor. And the Hawaii Island Habitat wanted to update this commission. There were 5 applicants at the Kauai High West Hawaii project. Desiree Hook, her her archaeological biological survey to the site is being worked on. Shauna Kuhulukukui is waiting for the subcontractor to finish the roofing on her house to dry in the home. Hawaii Kalai, these are all beneficiaries. Hawaii Kalai, her drywall is being completed and the interior finish work, including cabinets, flooring, and a punch list is being constructed. The Maiao Ma'io Ohana is waiting for the application process to be completed. One of the original beneficiary to this lease passed away while waiting. So I would ask this commission, if not Mr. Chairman, if you could follow up on that matter. Ma'io Ohana. Moses Paio is still waiting for the application process to be completed. And I think one of the problems was there was an addition of foster families added to their ohana. And for some reason, that had affected the application. But we would ask Mr. Chairman, if you would investigate Moses Paio application in this matter. In addition to that, Habitat for Humanity is also processing application for Discovery Harbor. There are 3 families that are approved, and one ohana is still waiting for its application to be processed and completed. Lastly, we also work in the Panieva communities. We're doing some hilo. There are some hilo home repairs, and in some cases, total demo and a rebuild of a new home. So Habitat is really trying to be a good partner in helping our beneficiaries get into, affordable homes. And lastly, and I speak as a advisory to the board, as well as a member on that board now going on 15 years, that we want to be a part of building more homes in Laiopua, the villages of Laiopua Homestead Association. So with that said, I thank you. Entertain any questions.
Questions for Bo? Okay. No questions, Bo.
Okay.
Thank you.
Approve the water.
Hope you make your plane. Okay, Skippy, you on it? Okay. Oh, you're in the house and not on the remote. Aloha. And you're sitting in for I know Aloha.
Yeah, so let me speak to her. On the computer. Aloha, Kako.
Aloha.
I wasn't gonna comment, but what do you call? When I seen on the I'm gonna talk 3 things, okay? I'm gonna be fast. Of course, first my village. I like mahalo you guys for putting the squeeze on the staff and everything for keep the ball rolling. And the second thing is you know, I was listening to one of our brother, the one who work Hawaiian homes for the Mauna. Well, see, he was talking about the rod, and that's Ohia. That's my family name. But the thing with the whole earth, and like us, if we keiki oka aina, the rod is just what do you call? Reflection of us. Because like for Ohia, they call them rod, R-O-D. For Napua Kaulana, Napua, we call them hua, H-U-A, head up ass. That's our disease, you know? So we all connected. So when the Ohia sick, we sick, you know? So that the thing of what do you call Kuhio, I think our chief, when he was looking, he was only looking at a home development. He was looking at rod and hua. You know, so that the 2 kekiokaina, one is Kumu Ohia and the other is Napua Kaulana. That both of us, we kind of in trouble. So, you know, I like to give you guys aloha for sitting there and listening to all the sickness all day and day in and day out. Freaking hard. I mean, you know, I never appreciated that when I was young, but now I'm in the top half of the 4th quarter. The bugger come clear. Okay, now, the last one I like to talk about is Kuhio Mall. Okay, now, you know, in my career in the department, with the department, I see the bugger is like alu alu. You know, you gotta get them up for get them in. If you don't get them up, you're not going in. So when I look at the department and us as because the department is the last bastion, you know. So when I look at how we in correlation with the government in its the total picture, they don't respect us. You know that? They don't respect us. Someplace along the line, brothers. And you see the aunties up there. We gotta give them the bird. You know, there's like for the mall, Kuhio Mall. I don't know how much money they're gonna get or what the extension is for. But in my career of observation, as the art of observation, I recognize that the money, incoming money, has not got us to the top of the hump. Not yet. Well, I seen the first $600 million with Judge King. He came to my house, King's Landing. Sit down. He eats sardines and poi. But the money, what would happen? The money never go over the hill, but go on a downhill slide as far as the pilikia, the hua, and the rod. So what I'm asking, if you as a commission, one place along the line, say suppose TMT, tell them no. What that guy at Kuhio Mall, tell him I don't think so, brother. Step off, step off. I think from observation, you know this alu alu. You know that soft. So we gotta, I think, tell some people no. No, always say, okay, yeah, sign up. So Kuhio Mall, the guy from the mainland, tell him the money not doing that well that we can visually see. We like you. He like what? 105-year lease. How long he like extend his lease?
They're asking for a 40-year extension.
Tell him, no need pay, but you make us a police department inside the Hawaiian homes. You know, for 40 years, you fund the police department in Hawaiian homes. You know, but I think, try to tell somebody no. Tell Governor Ige no. TMT no. You know, say some no's, so they're the figures, they're going to look at us twice. Because if we only say yeah, that's rolling over. Alu alu. You know, you guys don't can flip the bird because you guys professionals. You know, try this one, the ring finger. But, you know, what I mean is put a little firmness in there and, negotiate. Not the kind of soft. So I saw I came down for talk about the mall. Because I got arrested up there. You know, many times. And the Walmart was, you know, at that time we was believing that we first. But then now, at this time, I recognize the disease of hua. A lot of Kanaka's head stuck up the ass. And even if you give them the land, we'll get a hard time pull them out. So how we're going to develop that, in my opinion, is the visual effect of the department telling somebody, no. Okay, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you for your guys' time.
Questions for Skippy? I appreciate your metaphors. Thank you.
Let me see anybody else. I will.
I will. Is Navai?
Aloha.
Navai Laimano? Aloha.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Well, we may pick up where Uncle Skippy left off with something.
Maybe speak a little bit louder. We can hear you.
We'll pick up where Uncle Skippy left off with some police help. Aloha, everybody. My name is Navai Laimana, and I'm currently the secretary and a member of Malama Hanakaina Kings Landing Community Association. I'm also a beneficiary. Before I start talking about the main reason I chose to speak today, I wanted to share a small portion of my life just to paint a picture of what I remember growing up until now. I have been a part of the Kings Landing Ohana since I was about 2 years old, when my father, Francis Laimana Jr., decided he would raise myself and my siblings there. We remained the Iowanis neighbors for many years, along with the other aunties and uncles of the first right of entry back in the 80s. At one point or another, my father was president, vice president, and very much involved in the community association, as well as everyone who resided there. Everyone was pretty much involved in everything that we did. As village kids, we spent our days out under the sun, riding our bikes along the road, going from house to house, pond hopping, lounging, and occasionally swimming in the ocean, depending on what auntie or uncle would be able to watch us that day. When they said that it took a village, they really meant it. And I never realized how lucky I was to be living that Aina life. King's Landing was our safe haven. King's Landing was a bubble that we never realized that we had until we became adults. King's Landing is where I should be raising my babies, but I am unable to. Times have definitely changed. Back then, our parents trusted every single neighbor. They trusted the village to help raise and mold us, and they believed without a doubt that no matter what piece of Aina we were on, we were safe. And we were. I do say that it is not possible for me to raise my keiki there because I feel unsafe. I'm not saying that it's impossible because we, Aina and I, Lehuange and I, we are living proof that it is. And there is also still Ohana there that have up to 3 generations on their Aina. But what I'm saying is that there are a whole new era of people squatting in King's Landing right now. Some of these squatters are Hawaiian and some are not. We've been trying to work with all of them, but most of them resist. How did we get here? Well, for as long as I can remember, we were a gated community. Our parents had keys to enter and exit that gate, which gets locked after every use. Eventually in the 90s, there was an issue of new people entering on their own. Some were respectful to our community and some were not, but overall, most were. And most respected our bylaws, our Kanaka code, and our management plan. Most of those individuals remained and worked well with our parents, and they became a part of the Maha community. In all these years, yes, we have had some issues, but nothing too crazy until about 2 years ago, which is what put everything in motion to chaos now. Now, our main gate has been requested to remain unlocked for the past year. In this past year, we have had at least 20 different individuals, give or take, start to reside with little to no respect for the Aina, our community, or our community members. There have been random car fires, random gunshots, people residing on fishing trail only land, loitering in the bushes behind homes in the middle of the night, rummaging through the homes, theft, and blatant disrespect. Ultimately, most of these people have one agenda, and that's to hide. And King's Landing hides them well. No one wants to come in. Some are wanted from the law, some sell drugs, some do both, and some just are plain rude and disrespectful. It's to the point that when I'm driving in there, I hope that I don't pass any of them. Some are intimidating and will yell while I pass them in my truck. So I always make it a point to always be with my dad when driving so no one will bother me. Last month, we showed up to clean our yard to find that my childhood home had been broken into. Sorry. Everything disheveled. Nothing of value was taken because I removed all expensive generators, water pumps, appliances, and portable tools months ago when I learned that things were being stolen from almost every house. The house was pretty much just a mess. The only result of that is a small piece of paper, a police report. That's all I could do. No closure, no sense of security. In my own little corner, nothing. And there's nothing that I can do about it. It has been almost 40 years that that house has been there, and everyone has respected my dad enough to let his hale be with no issue. Bottom line is, with that gate unlocked, there is no way of feeling safe. If it remains unlocked, these numbers will double, and we will surely lose control of what we have built over the last 40 years. We are being as patient as can be. But how long do you think before we are outnumbered? How long do you think that we have before these things escalate and someone truly gets hurt? Please kohoa us in a timely fashion, or possibly even push this harder and faster, for I fear that things will escalate soon. So I wrote this before getting an update from Aina yesterday. She said she spoke with you folks. She did mention to me that she was told there will be a meeting soon to address this issue in the weeks to come. I just wanted to say that I look forward to working with all of you to help us gain security and become a safe gated community once again. Mahalo for all your efforts to help Maha and the King's Landing Community Association. I really do appreciate you. Mahalo for your time.
Mahalo na Eva. Questions, commissioners? Yeah, go ahead. Mike?
Yeah, so first off, I wanted to just say mahalo to Nabai. yeah, for providing your testimony. But I wanted to ask Chair, what is the background behind the gate? Can you share with us on that?
Yeah, the challenge right now is there's no disposition. So once the disposition is done, then the gate, then the folks who are approved to be there can be there. Anyone that's not approved to be there is not supposed to be there. There's an issue with the county park that we have to resolve. There's also the issue of once the land disposition is given, giving notice to all the other non-permitted folks that are in there, and then just working on an enforcement event.
Plan.
Yeah, and so we should be meeting as Naiva related to, not in the next couple of weeks, in the next week or two at the very most, with the mayor, with the county police, with the park guys. So we should be there within that time frame to start understanding of once a disposition is given, how enforcement actions will take place.
Okay. And the disposition is soon, right? I know. So.
Yes.
Okay, so the next step is staff is going to meet with the police, and
Chair is going to meet with the police.
Chair is going to meet with police.
You're welcome to join us.
I'd be happy to join you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
and the county, the mayor, whatever. I mean, I will go, and I just wanted to get an understanding on that. And thank you, thank you, Nabai.
Thank you, guys. A little bit more patience. We'll get there.
Okay. We'll give you patience. I'll give it.
Hallelujah. Next testifier is Heidi Whitney. Okay, Heidi, we don't see your name, but we see a telephone number. Is that you? Can you unmute? Are you calling in from a telephone number?
Aloha.
Okay, aloha.
Okay. Hey, I was like, aloha from California. Aloha, commissioners. Mahalo for having me today. My name is Heidi Mae Pualani Ayona Aka Whitney, and I am here for the property. I don't have the parcel, but this is for the property for the Pana Eva homestead for 16 Mikioi Street, which is, I believe, the East District of Hilo, for the Hawaiian Homeland. And I was a successor, and I'm just trying to find the proper way of seeing if I could have the property transferred over to my family members. The property has been in the Ohana for 45 years. And just recently I became, I became no longer a successor for that property. And we had to vacate, unfortunately. And I've been dealing with the Keaukaha office with Olinda Fisher, and also Lease at the Honolulu office to find out what would be the next step that could be taken if my family members would be able to take over the property. I do have my family members, which is Dee Dee Mahi, Deborah Mahi. I have Royden Mahi that lives in Hilo, and I'm just trying to figure out a way, since I'm no longer a successor, if there's any other way of having the property transferred over to a family member.
Heidi, can you answer one question? So you were a successor, and then you said you were a successor. So what happened?
I believe, based off Olinda Fisher's information, she told me that I did not meet the quantum.
Okay, so there was, and you are the only successor, as to your understanding, from.
To my, yes.
Okay, so.
And I've been trying to fight for the house since 2002.
Okay, can you email Leatrice your contact information? Oh,
Yes.
okay. No need to email it. Leah has it, so we will.
Oh, Leah has it? Okay, cool.
I will ask staff to give me a briefing on what happened, and then we'll get back to you.
Okay.
Okay.
And okay, awesome. Thank you for having me. Mahalo.
Thank you for being patient and waiting.
Thank you.
Yeah, aloha.
Aloha.
Okay, commission members, announcements and adjournment. Next Hawaiian Homes Commission is November 21st and 22nd, 2022 at the airport, the Courtyard by Marriott Kahului Airport Conference Room. And if no one objects, we will adjourn today's meeting. Have a safe journey.
Thank you,
everyone.
Thank you.
Are we
Aloha.
done?
Yeah.
Everything is done?
Yeah.
We did all the dismissals? Okay, fine. Thank you so much. See you folks
Thank you.
next week.
Aloha.
Entertain a question.
Have a wonderful, wonderful time.
Yeah, see you guys in November. Or maybe
Okay,
October.
bye.
Okay, yeah, everything is done. Aloha, you folks.